Why are we called Negroes? Why are we deaf, dumb, and blind? Why is everybody making progress, yet we seem to be lagging so far behind? Why are we mistreated? Why are we in this condition? Stripped of our name, our language, our culture, our God.
Welcome back, everyone, to another episode with Dr. Ade. She's taken the internet by storm because she was, for a long time, that hidden gem that always existed, that always had a love inside of her heart for you. And many, many decades, over 45 years of study plus, because when you have her intellect and her intuition, it's not just 45 years, it's so much more, especially one who has survived and lived in the place called America, oftentimes with 3 Ks. Just want to say that you can see, scrolling across the bottom, some of the things that she's done, but she's so much more. She's a playwright, producer, educator, author, cultural consultant, and inspirational speaker. And that's to say the least. She is so much more. Without further ado, we're going to remove this banner. And she has a nice, beautiful photo there that it was a pleasure to work on. And we introduce Dr. Ade, and she is right here. Dr. Ade, welcome. Welcome back to your home, your only stage that's going to showcase you with your family that's waiting for you and can't get enough of you. How are you doing tonight? And that outfit that you have is absolutely stunning with the necklace matching. You see, we come from the days when you couldn't go outside of the house without matching properly. And I know you remember those days. You had to represent. Even if a person was a bit downtrodden financially, they could always find a bar of soap and be clean. And they can always mix and match properly their outfits, even if they only had 2 or 3 outfits or even one. So anyway, enough of the reminiscing. I want to hear what you have to say about today's topic. And sounds pretty good. Let's get ready to rumble. Talk to us.
Yes, I just wanted to come in momentarily because something has been, coming over the internet. Yeah, and I just wanted to come in between my Friday shows and mention something to us, because we've been talking about how smart we are, huh? And how we are endowed with this wonderful pineal gland and all that. And I'm always looking comparatively at what we are doing here in America and what's happening to us here and what people are doing on the continent and what's happening to us there. And I just want to make those of us in the diaspora aware of something. I believe I said the topic of this show is African genius bursting out. I mean, it is bursting out everywhere on the continent. And we're not being made aware. It's on YouTube, but no one is sending their, setting their algorithms so that these shows pick up. And there are so many of them. So I just want to talk about African genius. And that means all of us, not just those on the continent. Now, I realize that those of us in the diaspora, through no fault of our own, in the beginning anyway, through no fault of our own, we got mixed up with, them other folks' genes. But we are not that watered down, believe me. We are not. But let me go on. So I thought, let me talk a little bit. Let me talk a little bit about how genius arises in the first place. So, first of all, it seems to arise from a combination or a mosaic of forces that sort of come together. They meld together, they coalesce to form a perfect, what we might call a perfect storm, not a storm, but a perfect combination of human gifts. What are those gifts? Well, the innate ability to think above and beyond many other people, our personalities. Our personalities are gifts, circumstances, and an unusual level of motivation to play a role in this life. Whenever you find these geniuses, it seems as if they are born with this desire to do something. You see my other cats. It's not time for their canned food, but giving attention to someone else. So they decided to make an entrance. It's all right. Okay. So it's this combination of things that sort of undergird, form the foundation for genius. Some key elements for genius. Well, these key elements for genius, they are found in all different fields or disciplines, if you want to go the academic route, yes? What fields? Well, psychology. Think about our sister, Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, for example. Psychology. Of course, she was not a psychologist. She was as high as you can go. She was a psychiatrist. Psychiatry, psychology, education, art, neuroscience. What else? Inventions. And that's what I'm featuring today. The inventions. Our young people, half of them under the age of 20. Several of them have never had formal schooling. They were too poor. Almost every one of them go to, a dump for thrown away electronic stuff. It can be anything, old cell phones, old computers and printers, whatever. Any kind of machinery. They go to a dump and they just pick around and somehow they know what they need. Now, mind you, 14 and 15-year-olds who have never been to school of any kind know what they are looking for. And as I say this, I think of not Carter G. Woodson, the one who created all the, the Peanut Man. All of a sudden, I've gone blank.
George Washington Carver.
Washington Carver. Thank you. Don't worry. If you live long enough, you'll go through it too. So leave it alone. And it ain't dementia either. Oh boy, George Washington Carver. He said that when he would go out into the bush or the forest or the field, the plants would talk to him. Now that's fifth dimensional stuff. The plants would talk to him and tell him what remedies they were good for. And he would go back to his laboratory and he would create medicines and they would work properly. So when I think of these teenagers who have been denied the opportunity to go to school, and they just go to a dump and they're just looking, and perhaps these parts from these gadgets are talking to them. We need to get into some fifth dimensional stuff. And I know that brother Lance is the expert at that. So many of these inventors, and they are not all male. There's some females in there as well. So they go and they pick out the parts that they need. They take them back. If they're not exactly what they need, they retrofit them, they make them fit, but they know what they are looking for. So they have this kind of genius. Key elements in every field, but they bring these genetic capabilities along with them. They have this exceptional productivity that depends on their urge to get something done in their lives that contributes to the upliftment of humanity. That is what drives every one of them. So what are some of these capabilities? Besides genetics, there are opportunity and there is effort. Now, when it comes to opportunity, these are young people who have not had the opportunity of going to school. Now, look at this. When it comes to godhood, godhood, they make their own opportunity. And then they put in the effort, something that many of us on this side of the ocean are lacking. They may have the genius, but there are so many distractions that they don't stop to put in the effort. Now, I'm not bragging about myself, and I'm certainly not calling myself a genius of any kind. I just work hard. I've always worked hard to learn, right? So when something becomes your passion and it dogs you all your life, the distractions can't distract you. Hold up. I've been sneezing all day. I don't want to take one of those pills because they make me sleepy. Who has time to sleep?
and then you'll be sleeping and sneezing.
Who has time to sleep? My doctor says I'm sleep deprived.
Well, Dr. Ade, will you share with them? Will you share with them how I harassed you and teased you all day while you were working?
And I kept saying, Lance, leave me alone.
I was over here having fun. I was making the new photo, the
You
new
are in Ghana boogieing down,
I mean,
and
that
I'm
good
here
old,
with my nose to the grindstone. And then you you send me another message and another message, and I'm trying to get this thing out and keep my mind focused on what I'm doing. I just barely got it out. I really did not finish. Um, but it's enough to make this presentation. Yes. So these genetic capabilities, not only the genetics, but these geniuses make their own opportunities. They are not sitting and waiting for anyone to do anything for them. They take a few pennies and go to this scrap yard or dump, and Lord knows how many hours they spend just sifting through this stuff because they have a picture in their minds. And when they see a part that they can use, they pick it up and take it home. And no matter what the shape, they retrofit it so that they can use it for the invention they have in mind. They're born with the right skills. Personality plays a role, a big role. They're open to new experiences. They're often aggressive and emotional. Now, I don't mean aggressive in a negative way, but they know what they want. Instead of using the word aggression, I would say they are assertive. They know what they want. No one can pull them away from that. Not mom, not dad, not husband, not wife. They are on it, period. And all of them have this strong urge to search for answers. I said in one of my lectures how every research study begins with one word. And the word might be how. How does this thing work? Or why? Why does this thing work in this way? Or why does this animal or this insect, why does it act in a certain way? Why do ants have this social quality the way they do? Ants are very unique human beings. We could take some lessons from the ant colonies, the way the ants stick together. They are unified. Everyone has a role to play. No one, none of them, not even one, is envious of the next ant's role. Well, I don't want to be a worker ant. I want to be a soldier ant. In fact, there's a cartoon written on just that. You don't want to be you want to be a soldier. And then you get out there on the battlefield and you realize that you're not equipped with the same thing that the soldier ants are equipped with. So let me go on. Where was I? Yes, being born with the right skills, having the right personality, being open to new experiences, being assertive, and being even emotional about what you are doing. They are born researchers. They have this unrestrained, energetic search for ideas. Sometimes they don't even start out knowing what this invention is going to be used for. That might even lead to art. Now, a window in my mind just opened up because for 1 year, no, let me back up. For almost 3 years, there was some artwork in my head, and I didn't want to pay any attention to it. I was busy researching and doing other things in the community. So I never gave it time. I didn't know what it was about. And then an opportunity opened up. I was less busy at this particular time, so I became bored. There was some unused space in my days, my weeks, that wasn't filled with anything. And I'm used to staying busy. So I joined the art room in my building. I'm telling you this story because when I think back on what the outcome was, I know that it wasn't all me. The part that was me was a lot of genetic research that I had done over a period of years. But I didn't know that it was connected with this thing that was in my head. I didn't know that until I joined the art room and began to sketch this one day. And one of the instructors from an art institute that's close by, she stopped in the art room to check on her colleague who was our instructor. She looked at everyone's stuff that they were doing, and she finally got around to me. I think I was the only one sketching. Now, mind you, I've never done art, but I was doing this sketch. And she looked at it and she asked what it represents. And I told her that it represents the mtDNA study that I was familiar with. In fact, my own DNA sample went through National Geographic. So I said it's about the National Geographic study, the worldwide study that they did using mtDNA. That's the DNA that is passed from mother to mother, from mother to daughter and son, but only females can pass it on to the next generation. And she saw this African female and the continent of Africa taking a prominent position. And then she saw all these lines that represented mtDNA migration routes. So they traced our people genetically from hundreds of thousands, more than 100,000 years back. They traced African women through their DNA 300,000 years back. That was the starting point. And then they began to trace this one African woman's DNA from about 150,000 years ago, when she and her group left East Africa and began to migrate outward. Now, just to let you know, they call her mitochondrial Eve, and some call her scientific Eve. Why do they do that? They do that because at the end of the study, one of the conclusions that they discovered was that every human being on earth traced back to one African woman. Now tell me that isn't a miracle. Staring at us in plain sight. Things that are hidden. Now some say that it's kind of insulting for them to call her Eve because, you know, that group of people, the Habiroos, that we now call Hebrews or whatever, and now are called Jews and whatnot, they didn't exist. They weren't even on the planet. It's hard for them to go back even 6,000 years. It's hard for them to do that because they were not around. Especially they were not around as a distinct ethnic group. But they heard about it. Everyone else on earth learned about who we are and what we have done. And they called, you know, National Geographic sort of pointed to the symbolic significance of that character in the Abrahamic religions called Eve, who was supposed to be the first female human being on earth. I can see it both ways. I can see it both ways. I can understand the symbolic nature of calling her Eve. And on the other hand, I can see why we Africans should be a little insulted, maybe, you know, at least peeved to think that they gave this woman from 150,000 BC the name Eve, when the Abrahamic Eve appeared in the literature more than 100, probably more than 150 years later. Okay. Anyway, let me go on. So what happened? I was explaining what I was trying to portray in this sketch. I'm boring you out.
No, you're not.
So I explained to her that these lines going from this one African woman into the other continents, because the sketch included not just Africa, but the rest of the continents as well. So the lines were going here and there and the other place to these other continents that I had sketched out. And I told her it represents, the artwork represents real science, real genetic science. So when I told her that, she began to rub her arms. You know what I mean? I don't know if she recognizes what was going on with her. But in African experience, when we are having a spiritual moment, we get chill bumps and the hair raises up on our arms, right? And we rub our arms. I didn't say anything to her. I was just listening to her. But it lodged in my mind, wow, Divine Spirit just touched her. What is this thing that I'm working on? That Divine Spirit would touch this white woman. She left me and she went to Laura, who is our art room instructor, and she said to her, please help this lady to develop this concept that she is working on. It's important. So that's how this painting ended up. It took me a year. And I learned everything from scratch. I went from this original sketch on a pad to working the whole thing out on a grid. Those who do artwork know what I'm talking about. I had to work it out mathematically on this grid on paper. And then I had to transfer it to a larger grid, mathematically correct, on canvas. So I had to do everything with this painting. I had to, buy the canvas and the wood stretcher. And I learned how to stretch it and prime it. And then I had to do the sketch all over again, with a grid. I didn't know anything about which paints to use or anything. The end product, I came to the end of that painting a little over a year later, and it's huge. It's 28 by 60. And I still didn't know what it was for because it's museum size. But you don't just do a painting for a museum unless they commission it. But here's this big thing. It took me a week just to make a protective box that was specially fit for it. I'm down on the floor with cardboard. God knows what. I mean, it consumed my life. I put so many other things aside just so I could finish it. I didn't know what I was going to do with it. I didn't even know what title to give it. Spirit gave me the title. And the title goes along with our history. And it is an ironic title. The title is The Scorned Eve, colon, grammar, right? The Scorned Eve, mother of all humanity. What does that mean? What is the irony? The irony is that African women gave birth to all humanity. Every human being on earth came from an African woman, from our ancestors' wombs. And yet African women are the most scorned and the most reviled on earth. How can that be? That's how it got the title. And it took 2 weeks later before I could even figure out what am I going to do with this thing? And then Spirit stepped in, gave me a little download because I'm kind of slow. It's a teaching instrument. People can look at it. Children can look at it and figure it out. And it is so dense with information. It needs to be in a museum. I have lectured from it, yes. I haven't decided where the final resting place will be. The people with the, is it the Ohio something of art, this big institute, they love it. They put it on their website. If you go to their website, you will find my work there, and everything is explained. I have not put a price on it yet because I don't want to sell it yet. Spirit has plans for that painting. Now, I'm sharing this with you for a reason, not to make myself look big. I know who I am. I'm as big as I want to be. When Spirit makes me bigger, I'll go right along with it. I deserve it. I worked for it. That's why I deserve it. But what happened to me, I'm certain, is what happens to these young inventors. They have a picture of something, an image of something in their heads. They're not sure what it is. And until they start to put it together, they can't even figure out what it's going to be used for. That is what happens. So I'm here talking about how genius is bursting out in Africa all over. So I think about the situation here and the situation on the planet, right? We have the capability in America for the genius in our children to be bursting out the same way. But it's not, because we are being held down and we're being dumbed down. And our young men are being jailed down. They are doing everything they can to hold us back. And the best attack they can make is on the young, to make sure the next generation does not rise, but it's rising. And while they are dying out, our productivity, reproductivity is speeding up. It bothers them. It's driving them crazy. But let me go on. How do these geniuses try to find solutions? True creativity and genius is more open to novelty, new things. It depends on their having an unfiltered view of the world. So their minds are unconstrained. They are just poof, out there, unconstrained. And one thing about not having schooling is this: when we attend school, we have all these preconceptions put into our brains. Now, remember, I did that lecture on culture, right? And attitudes is the first level of culture. These preconceived ideas, attitudes about people, places, and things that we have never even experienced before. Well, you see, these kids, these teenagers in Africa, don't have to get rid of that. It turns out that this is a benefit. When you look at all the graduates on the continent, right? Those that have the master's degrees and the PhDs from Harvard and, all these other white schools that are held in such high esteem, well, coming from the missionary schools on the continent to the universities, either on the continent or in America or on the continent somewhere. Look at all the preconceived ideas that about ourselves, about us, that have been drilled into them. These false notions about white supremacy. You wonder why we have so many traitors, so many leaders. I shouldn't call them leaders, because they aren't leading us anywhere but to hell. But they have these high positions, right? They are not producing squat. They can't, because they are so full of this notion of Black inferiority that they are just looking at white folks as their gods. They can't and don't produce anything. And here the children, the teenagers, 14 years and up are inventing new inventions. They should be ashamed. All that money and time that was spent, and they are just useless, right? And that's why when I have students, I tell my adult students, start teaching your children who they are as soon as they are born. If you wait until they graduate from high school and begin their experience in some college or university, it's late, because they've got to flush all this nonsense out, all this Black inferiority nonsense out of their heads. All this religious nonsense that enslaves them. Do you know how powerful that stuff is? That they've been taught all this time? Those of us who get out of it, that's a miracle. The Pan-Africanists, the B1 folks, Black first, the Black nationalists, those who have that kind of thinking is miraculous. And this is why white people have to put it down. And when it comes to our men, they have to be killed, because their ideas and the force behind their ideas and the spiritual power behind all of these ideas and ideologies, Pan-Africanism, all African people, born to an African woman. We are all brothers and sisters, wherever we are found. Black nationalism, that the power of that idea in Black nationalism. What is that idea? That since we all are born from African women, and we are all, globally, we are all having the same racial experiences. It means that all of our destinies are the same. They are one. Isn't that what Marcus Garvey taught with Pan-Africanism? You see, they're really tied together. B1, Pan-Africanism, Black nationalism, they are all intertwined. Marcus Garvey, he said, one race, I'm paraphrasing, one God, one race, one human destiny. We are one. But today we are far from being one. How did I get off? I didn't intend to get off. So, okay, all these ideas are put into the children's heads from the first missionary school up. That's why the missionaries are sent there, to be sure that they keep control of the African mind. Why is that important? Just look at the confusion today over this Israel-Palestine business. Is that our business? We have nothing to do with that, just like we have nothing to do with what is happening between Russia and Ukraine. That's white folks' business. But they are trying to pull us in so that they can put us on the front lines to die for them. That's what they have always done. And that's what they're doing today as well. Black military are on the front lines, fighting two of our enemies. Neither one of those little fellas are our friends. The Nazi army is full of Nazis. That's not an opinion, that's a fact. That's one reason Russia hates them so much. Because during World War II, they fought the Russians. And if you did anything against Hitler and he sent you to the Western Front, they would almost piss their pants because they knew 9 chances out of 10 they would not get back. The Russians fought the Nazis during World War II, and here they are, back again, encroaching on Russian land, or trying to, putting bombs and missiles right on the border. That's not right. And it didn't just start. It started way back in 2014. So do your homework. They've been easing in until finally Russia said, okay, enough of this. But these preconceived ideas are not in the brains of these genius children. And our genius children are too distracted. They're just too distracted by foolishness. You know, how many distractions, how many self-destructive things are they doing? One big distraction is sports. Oh, I want to be a football player. I want to be a baseball player. I want just to entertain white folks. And they pay, white people pay a lot to these sports figures. Compare the salaries of sports figures with the salaries of teachers. Doesn't that tell you something about Caucasian values? They don't value education. They value control. They value money. And they will kill anybody to get that money. They don't care. So geniuses don't have all these preconceptions. Their minds are open to something new, and they don't even think about it that way. They are just focused on this thing that is in their heads, that motivates them to get this thing out of their heads and into production. And all of their spiritual passion is in that motivation. So they think literally and conceptually. Their minds are open. People with a more open mindset see visual elements in ways that enable them to create strikingly realistic drawings even. Let me move on to the role of education in the making or the unmaking. In our case, it's the unmaking of genius. Now, if I'm kind of slipping and sliding through this, it's because it just occurred to me, the importance of doing it just occurred to me. And I've got something else to finish up on Friday, but I couldn't let this pass. It's too important. The role of education in the making of a genius. Any effort to expand the pool of geniuses in our society might need to rely less on what I messed up because I repeated something that was in the computer. Some electrical cap. Let me just say that it might rely less on whatever white people see as being genius, let me put it that way, than it does on excellent education that we are not getting. The lesson that we are learning from Africa is this. When it comes to the education or miseducation that white people give us, when it comes to that, the miseducation that white people give us, no education, no formal schooling is superior to the miseducation that they give us. But we, on this side of the ocean, we refuse to have our own independent schools. We go from I ain't no African when it comes to preferring that these white women teach our children, white men teach our children. All this racist nonsense, all this black supremacy nonsense, and they do it in 1,000 subtle ways. Sometimes it's even so subtle that it's nonverbal. It's, body positions and the way we use our eyes, eye expressions and whatnot. In this case, no education is better than miseducation. Let's look at our schools. Our schools devote scant resources, very few resources, on nurturing genius. You see it in children. When it came to Einstein, of course, they knew something was going on with him, but they didn't know what. And he turned out to be the greatest scientist of his time. They don't take the time. They want to drill something in your head and have you memorize it and regurgitated back to them. And they say, perfect, no changes. Just fill people's heads, children's heads, with a bunch of stuff, and most of it is not useful, especially cultural stuff. It's not useful, especially the parts of their culture that focuses on racism, sexism. What is that? Imperialism. They've got to control everything. Hegemony or hegemony. They've got to impose. I mean, this is a driving force with them. They've got to impose their worldview, their culture, their religion on somebody else. My God, what is wrong with these people? They go to war over God. What? Do you realize that in more than 300,000 years, Africans never went to war over God? Even when we occupied a place like Southern Europe, we didn't mess with them and what they believe in. Whatever you believe in, that's your business. But these people that have these three Abrahamic religions that we are tied up in now, they go to war consistently for hundreds of years, probably thousands. They go to war over God, as if God cannot take care of itself. But it's all about control. Not that they really believe in a God. They just use religion as an excuse to go out and be violent and be thieves, taking other people's stuff. That's it. Killing other people. Give me your stuff or I'll kill you. That's their entire history. And that has been put in our children as well. So now, Black folks are in all three of these Abrahamic religions, and some Black folks are publicly coming out with reasons and excuses to go and fight in their mess. For what? As far as I'm concerned, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. I've said this before. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. So two of my friends are going at it with each other. Both of them are my enemies, my real enemies, without any quotation marks. These are my real enemies. Both of them are still enslaving my people right now as we speak. They are both still enslaving us. The Arabs were the first to enslave us in the Indian Ocean slave trade that went, I think it's across the Red Sea into Asia. That's how a lot of Black people ended up in Asia. Now, it started off black in the first place, but it was the Arabs that were running black slaves from Africa into Asia long before they got the white folks into it. You see, they wanted to empty Africa of us so that they could do what? Take our land, steal our resources. They are still running slaves out of Libya today as we speak. I should go. I should send my sons to go and fight for them against the Israelis who are Nazis. What's wrong with us? We have lost our ever-loving minds. We're not thinking. These Abrahamic religions have messed us, effed us up. So we have the Hebrew Israelites. They don't know what to do. They're running back and forth like humana, trying desperately to find a reason why they are in the Israeli army. Because you have locked in on an alien religion. It has become real to you. You try to find yourself down in their writing. It wasn't written for you. It was written for them. And lies were written in there at the same time. Christians, since you are Christian, of course you're going to go and fight. You want to fight for the Israelis, some of the biggest racists and Nazis on earth. Are you crazy? What do you have to do with it? You know the name of the cereal, Nut and Honey? We have nothing to do with that. Let them fight. The more that are left over that's the number that will be left to keep oppressing us. I don't care which side it is. They are both our oppressors. We don't have a dog in that fight. And now the Muslims. The African Muslims now are saying that they should go and fight for the Palestinians. These are the people who are still enslaving your asses. Right today, they are running traffic, slave traffic, right now. But you want to go and fight for them. I need for somebody to tell me right now, please come into the chat or something. Tell me, out of all of our problems, out of all of our being brutalized and killed, who has come to our rescue? Who? I'll wait, but not for long, because I know the answer. Which of them came to our rescue? None. But every time one of them has a problem, like a real slave, some of you want to jump your black behinds up in Nesh. Hey, Lord, calm down. Calm down. How stupid can we be? In instances like these, they are correct when they say that we are some of the most stupid people on earth. Who does this kind of mess? You can't figure out. Where's your common sense? Well, common sense is not common. Let me get back to schools. And, I did some computer research just before starting this show. And I was looking at the role of education in the making of a genius. So what did I find out about our schools in America? They really don't give adequate funding. Only 4 states in America currently mandate services for gifted students. They fail to develop the talents of our children. They deprive all of us of a stable future for innovators, creative thinkers, leaders, and outstanding performers, especially if you are Black, African. They shut you down in a hurry. Innovators, even if it's white on white, they are afraid of people who invent, people who really think, people who are creative thinkers. They don't like it because you're not in line. And see, for 20 years ago, maybe a little more, they started on the academic level. They started this concept and practice of what they call group think. Group think, where there is no leader in the group. Everything is run by consensus in the group. And it is more important to agree with the group than it is to be correct. Check that out. You might be right, but they say, you got to go along with the group. So now you have people in every discipline, in every profession, who are not the best. They are mediocre. That's why this country is in trouble. They don't have the best people in these high positions. They are mediocre. So when we get on the job and we are thinkers, we can't get along. We can't get along because, number one, we are thinkers. Number two, we have more experience, more expertise, more knowledge about that job than the boss. Therefore, you're not liked. We are not liked because the boss knows that he or she is mediocre. And don't even start talking about these little white women. Every Black woman who works with them we are always driven out of our minds because these little white women, during coffee breaks, any kind of break, any kind of opportunity, they come to us to tell all of their business, to talk about all their problems. We have to stop them and let them know, I ain't your mama. I am not your mother. You go and talk whatever is going on with you. Go to your mother, your sister, go somewhere else. We don't want to hear it. And some of it is sexual and nasty. We don't want to hear that. Men don't have any idea of what goes on with Black women on these jobs. They want us to mother them. And when they tell us all their business, they then think that we are going to tell them all our business. We don't. But they want to spill it all. They want to tell us everything their husbands and brothers and fathers, and everybody is doing. And of course, they think that we're going to start telling them what happens in our lives, but we don't. They want to know our opinions about this, that, and the other. For what? So that's what goes on. They don't want the best and the brightest. In fact, some of the best and the brightest of our children are sent to special classes. They're bored, so they're acting out. Something is going on at home, so they're acting out. So they call the police. A lot of our geniuses are sitting in jails, in some kind of prison facilities. So only 4 states mandate services for gifted students. They fail to develop the talents, especially of our children. And that deprives us, all of us, out of a stable, any kind of stable plan for our children to be future innovators, creative thinkers, leaders, and outstanding performances. What is the consequence? The consequence is that they have to kill us off, they have to jail us. The consequences are all dire. What are the consequences for America? America ranked 31. That's way down the line. Out of 56 countries that participated in the program, this is a real program. This is the name of the program. The Program for International Student Assessment, it's called the PISA study. And that study assesses the academic skills and knowledge of 15-year-olds. America ranked 31. or 31st out of 56. Our teachers, are they the best of the best? And I'm speaking especially of these white teachers. They're just grown-up babysitters. That's it. Because the present bank of teachers have been trained into groupthink. There are no independent intellectuals. I shouldn't say there are none, but it's very difficult to be one. Let me go ahead and feature some of these geniuses that are busting out in Africa. It was so many. I just kept copying and copying and copying. There were so many. I couldn't get them all. It would have taken an entire day. What I'd like for our viewing audience to do is to go to the YouTube search engine and type in African inventors. Either African inventors, African inventions. And you'll spend an entire day, maybe 2 days, watching all of them. There are that many. And a lot of them are in, what do you call it, aerodynamics or whatever. These are kids going to scrap yards, pulling out materials that they can use, making helicopters that work, drones that work. One has made the first, or created, invented the first man-held drone. Helicopters, airplanes, drones, cars. There is one who has invented, I lost it and couldn't find it again today. That took up a lot of time. I couldn't find it. This young man in his early 30s has created an engine that runs on water. You know, just plain H2O. Water. Water, water, water. So you see him pour the water into this big jar, and the motor is just running as if it's gasoline. And now I have to ask, why are African presidents not jumping on these inventions? Engines that work on water, not gasoline. Nothing is in the water, just plain H2O. So as long as you have water, you can make your engine work. So he has created a generator that solves the problem that Lance is having in Ghana right now. And he invented it 3 years ago. And no African president or government has jumped on it. Where is all that money going? Huh? Because, and I think, who was it who said, Professor Pielo Lumumba. Dr. Lumumba has said over and over and over again, the people who are paid a lot of money in these leadership positions, they don't have a clue. They don't have ideas. The people who have ideas, who are not even given 2 cents to rub together, no, I'm about to misquote him. The ones with power don't have ideas. That's what he says. The ones with power in these leadership positions, the ones with power don't have ideas. And the very ones with ideas are never allowed to have power. That's most of what's wrong with Africa today. We are our own worst enemies. We have people who are mediocre and some less than mediocre. Some that are not only mediocre and less than mediocre, but who are corrupt. And add to that, they might be puppets for the Western powers. I can't go into that too much. I won't. I won't. The people on the continent, you have got to straighten that mess out. You have to. I'm not a citizen. You have to straighten it out and let the genius on the continent, let the genius flourish. Let them be supported. Because what they have is good for the entire world. A generator that runs on water. So many airplanes, they are making them from scrap. And they are flying. Here's one, a different kind. A South African inventor builds a robot from scrap, reclaimed parts. A young South African inventor from Soweto, that's in Johannesburg. He has built a robot entirely out of trash and old parts. Mfo Makutu took 2 weeks to construct his creative machine, and now he's hoping his invention will bring him fame and fortune. Here's another. A 15-year-old named Kelvin Doe wows, amazes the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. This 15-year-old named Kelvin Doe is an engineering whiz living in Sierra Leone. He also scours the trash bins for spare parts, and he uses those spare parts to build batteries, generators, and transmitters. He is completely self-taught. Kelvin has created his own radio station, and he broadcasts news, he broadcasts plays and music under the moniker DJ Focus. Well, that's a good name because he is certainly focused. 15 years old, self-taught. Kelvin became the youngest person in history to be invited to the visiting practitioners program at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. And they have this program that has exclusive access to Kelvin. They in Massachusetts at the Institute, they have exclusive access to him, this 15-year-old. And are probably controlling his life-changing journey as he experiences, listen to this, as he experiences the United States for the first time. This is why he is closely monitored. As he, Kelvin, explores incredible opportunities, contending with homesickness while he maps out his future. Exclusive access. So you know what they are doing. They're brainwashing him for real. And they don't let anyone else come around him. So they are really brainwashing him. Here's another. The boy that generates electricity from a stone in Nigeria. A young man who never attended school in Ekiti State, Nigeria, generates electricity from stones. And in the video, you see how he has taken these stones and he has electrified his entire house. He said that his knowledge comes from God, not from schooling. So you see, he goes through the rooms and he turns on switches. You see a lot of dangling wires. And he just got another stone, a rather large one, so that he can run. He just bought a refrigerator and a freezer. So now he is running his refrigerator and his freezer free of charge. All he does is go and find wires, probably from the scrap heap. And he has these wires running all over the place. He has electrified his entire house. And now he has started electrifying his village. How about that? There is another video that I came across just today. And they named the top 10 greatest inventions. I didn't have time to watch it, but here is the description. In this video, we will be presenting to you the top 10 greatest African inventions. Africa has the world's oldest record of human technological achievement. The oldest stone tools in the world have been found in Eastern Africa, and later evidence for tool production by our hominin, that's misspelled, should be hominin, ancestors has been found across sub-Saharan Africa. The history of science and technology in Africa since then has, however, received relatively little attention compared to other regions in the world, despite notable African developments in mathematics, metallurgy, architecture, and other fields. Africa has brought about a lot of innovative solutions and is improving its technology to match that of the Western nations, and has no shortage of aspiring and creative minds. There are so many amazing inventions that hail from the African continent, which the rest of the world isn't aware of. So they have presented 10. And again, I was able to sort of watch one. And again, this teenager has invented some kind of device that he puts on his shoe and measures something or other. I didn't have time to get it together, and Lance kept messing with me. He's sitting in Ghana boogieing, and I'm in here with my nose to the ground, grindstone. It's all right. So if you watch that one, that particular video features 10. Here's another. A homemade helicopter showcases innovation abilities in South Africa. A fellow named Hendrik Shibanga from Zimbabwe has built a helicopter from scratch. Although it has never taken off, it is viewed as a possible death trap. The chopper is drawing attention from the community around Shibanga. So he has just started out. He's trying. He won't give up. He'll complete it. Here's another. Young inventor builds a generator. That might be the one that runs the generator on water. It's on YouTube. Yet another one. Eyewitness. Young Nigerian fabricates a machine that converts waste to energy. This young man is 22 years old. His name is Emeka Nelson. He builds a hydropower portable generator and the how do you say this word? MGBAN. I can't say it. I don't know how. This one is a first for me. MGB Manway. That's as close as I can come, folks. A machine that converts non-biodegradable waste like plastic, waterproof, nylon, etc., into a crude like refinable oil using that stuff, plastic, waterproof solutions, nylon, any kind of waste. He converts them into something that is like refinable oil that can split further. Look at this. Whatever it is that this machine does, it can split further into petrol, kerosene, diesel, as well as some other heavy oils and paraffin, like wax. A residual waste accumulated in the whole process are used to produce the best form of interlocking stones. So whatever this machine is that he created, it produces something like a crude oil that can be used like petrol, kerosene, diesel, and some other oils, as well as paraffin. That's a waxy substance. But on top of that, he's creating some kind of interlocking stones for building houses. And wow. That one made me almost speechless. Here is another 24-year-old Nigerian named Jerry Mallow. Yes, Jerry builds tractors. And Jerry has been doing this for a while. I've heard of him before. That's all I have on Jerry. Here's another young man I did this one. The one that generates electricity from stone. Here is another one. Flying scraps. An African homemade, he makes homemade airplanes. His name is not here right now. Some creative Africans have managed to do the impossible by making airplanes out of scraps. They are the cheapest airplanes, and some of them manage to fly. So this particular video is a compilation or combination of do-it-yourself homemade airplanes. African aircraft. And they are considered amazing inventions. The last one, Money Talks. A Ugandan inventor builds a homemade helicopter. In Uganda, one man's dream to fly a homemade helicopter. He wants to get in it and fly. He has been repeatedly forced down to earth. Or here is his name, Joseph Inkaheza. Inkaheza has crushed, and he has been injured several times, but he keeps working at it. Well, look, this was a hastily put together video, but I just wanted to point out to those of us here in America, we're wasting time. And we're wasting time with our children. Out of all the decades that I have been lecturing here in the States, decade after decade after decade, especially down in Florida, where I would lecture most of the time at the bookstore. There was a Black bookstore, and I would do my lectures there, and I would sell my books and other products right there from the bookstore. Most of the time, living room only. We would run out of chairs. If I planned a 2-hour lecture, that's a short lecture, and then the rest would be a little refreshments and questions and answers, because that's where the real learning and everything takes place. For decades, I did this. For decades, I would ask people to bring their children repeatedly. There were only 2 couples, only 2 young couples out of that huge room full of African Americans that would always bring their children. 2 of those, 2 or 3 of them were teenagers. The others were small children. They were the only ones. Decade after decade after decade. But they would never bring their children. I have yet to figure out why. Maybe someone can tell me, because I don't understand it. So that tells me that people are not serious. They are not serious about unslaving themselves. For whatever reason, they're not serious. And some of them are now dead. And they never taught their children. I'm assuming that's an assumption. But you know, when you just repeat something that someone else lectured on, you don't know, you don't get the real gist of the topic. So just common sense tells me that they didn't pass any of that along to their children. So now their children are the ones that are seeking the same information that they took for granted. We're in bad shape. We don't want to believe in anything unless a white person says it. All this genetic information, I started teaching about that, lecturing about it a long time ago. But Black folks didn't want to hear it until a white person said it. That's where we are. We believe in white supremacy. We believe in white Black inferiority. We have Black women who believe that they are inferior to men. I don't have a clue why, other than the fact that this is what they've been taught since they were babies. We got it from our families. But then we grow up, we go to university, and we hold on to it. I changed a little white girl's life when I was teaching at Ohio State. She really thought that men have one less rib than women. She believed it. Remember, beliefs are not facts. She really believed it. Now, the strange thing about that is that she was a nursing student working on a master's degree. Okay? And I asked her if she had ever seen a skeleton, in doctor's offices, especially at the university. They have all this stuff because the students study anatomy and all kinds of things. She really thought men have one less rib than women because a female, a woman, was created from one of Adam's ribs. Now go figure. A grown woman in her 20s believing that. And I asked her if she had ever studied anatomy. And of course, I know she did. She was a master's student in nursing. And when I asked her the question, she began to change colors because now she's in conflict. She's suffering from cognitive dissonance. So she's changing colors. She's going from red to pale and back to red again. I changed her life. Common sense is not common. And she was passing this on because she was married. So she was probably passing that idea on to her children, passing ignorance. And I can't look at her and criticize her because how many of us are doing the same thing on different topics, are believing the same story and taking it as being true and real. Especially when it comes to men. Look at the pathology that we are undergoing right now. Just from that creation story alone, where white men hate women. In fact, I shouldn't just say white. They're not all white, but they all have the same patriarchal culture. Those people from the North, right? So we're looking at anyone who is not an African. Those people, all of them, have these patriarchies. This is what they developed out of their hatred for the matriarchy and the status that it gave women. Plain and simple. That's how that creation story was written. And that is why that creation story was written. Those two research questions. How could any sensible thinking person come up with a story like that, and why would they do so? See? Research questions that we started to probe with. How could this be written? When was it written? Why was it written in that way? And the answers are all cultural, and they are recorded in history. So I'm not just blowing smoke, right? But now we have our own people believing in this stuff, believing in the factuality of this non-factual stuff. And it's one thing if you have the intellect and the presence of mind to know that, all right, I'm in the religion, but I don't take this seriously. It is allegory, it's symbolic, but it's not history, it's not science, it's not real. So what do we have now? We have men going crazy, doing stuff that is an abomination, mutilating themselves, trying to become a woman. Do you know how sick you have to be a man? And you begin, wow, to mutilate your body, trying to become a woman. I'm sorry if it hurts your feelings. But the truth is, you were born a man. You will die one. You will die as a man. You're butchering yourself, mutilating yourself physically is not changing your DNA. It's not changing your chromosomes. You still have male chromosomes. I don't know what happened to you. I can feel sorry for you. But stop imposing what you do and who you are on other people, especially Black people. We have always had homosexuals among us, and as long as they didn't bother us and didn't mess with the children, it's their business what they do in their bedrooms. But now it has become a political issue. I can't engage in that kind of insanity. I can't. Well, do we have anyone in the chat?
We have quite a few over here on multiple screens. We have 59 people who are watching.
Does
have several
anyone want to chat about what we can do to have genius bursting out all over in America among our children? Because there are things that we can do, we're just not doing them. All we want to do is complain about what them folks are doing to us. But look at what we are doing to us, and look at what we are failing to do for ourselves. Are y'all out there?
I dropped the link. They'll be soon.
Okay. And how about you, Lance? Do you
Well,
have any comments?
well, you know I have a motor mouth. I'll be here for the next 6 hours talking if you get me started. Yes, we have our sister Keto coming on in. Haha.
Hi.
Yes, yes. You know we love it when you come on in.
Oh, it's an honor. It is.
Oh, hi, Keto.
Greetings, Dr. Ade. How are you?
I'm doing well, praise God.
Yeah, you're beautiful, radiant, and glowing as usual. And it is really a pleasure to hear you speak. I am preparing to teach a class today. I teach class on Wednesday, so um, it's so nice to be able to hear you speak before my class. Is just amazing. The
Wow.
question, yes, 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 absolutely. First of all, I want to say thank you for the PDFs. Thank you to both to you and Lance. I was able to get the PDFs.
It's always a pleasure.
Mhm.
Yes, I look forward to getting into them. My grandmother was not feeling well the past couple of days, so everything stops, and I am supporting her whenever that
Okay.
happens. She
Yes.
is feeling better now. She is feeling better. She is amazing.
Right. Good.
Um, yes, yes. So the question that I have is, are there any techniques or ideas that we can expound on or go into in regards to our subconscious mind for these things? Because a lot of what you speak about, I personally, um, sometimes I thought I knew things that I really did not know, like in my soul. It's recently I've been getting it in my soul, and I've been able to admit to myself, oh my goodness. Like at a point, I was like, you really wish you had lighter skin. This was way back. Now I love dark skin. Like I just absolutely love it.
Good for
But
you.
yeah. But the point is, I didn't know, I didn't realize. So I was thinking that I loved dark skin all along. As I mentioned, I was born into a family, or maybe I didn't mention it, but I remember putting in the chat that I'm in the home of the Black Panther Party. And my parents were active in the Black Panthers when I was growing up. So I was
Wow.
born into a conscious household. And
Yes.
I was taught a lot of things about who I was. I was celebrated for who I was by my mother and my father. Um, and still that those ideas seeped in, and
Hmm.
they seeped in a way that I didn't realize it, and I later found out I didn't want to admit it. It was like I brought up before, the shame part of it. I feel like shame was holding me back from admitting to myself the stuff that I thought. And I noticed this in other people, and you've already addressed the shame. I'm asking you to address the subconscious mind and things that we can do to be in touch with our true feelings so that we can then change them to what we know is true. Because I feel like we all know that we really are beautiful and brilliant. Like we really know that. We really know that the things that were fed to us is not true. But how do we get to that, Dr. Ade?
There are a couple ways. Um, Study is one. That one is obvious. The more we learn about who we are, um, the more we fall in love with ourselves. That's why I am loving all the different YouTube videos, the people that are teaching.
Yeah.
Oh man, this is a wonderful time to be alive, to see our people waking up. We have literally been under a spell. What happened is when they raided the libraries of Alexandria, they stole all that literature. And there are Black folks who don't even know that literature exists. They keep saying, Well, where's the written literature? As if there's something magical about writing. There isn't, because you can write a lie.
Mm-hmm.
And lies have been written and we're taking them as truth.
Plenty.
But the Vatican, I think I talked to you before about this. The Vatican has all that intellectual material, all that historical material
Mm.
in this underground library that they call the vault. 3 miles long, underground. And the material, the documents are from floor to ceiling. And it's not like some underground tunnel. This is a modern library, well lighted, with technical gadgets and everything to assist whatever it is they are doing. You can just imagine the computers and the copiers and everything else, right?
Mm-hmm.
3 miles long. You can't walk, well, you can walk it, but it'll take you a while. And all the time you're walking, I can just imagine, with all this material on both sides, right? And you're just walking. Where do you stop? Where do you know how to stop? They've got everything digitized so that you know exactly where you are going and what you are looking for. So study is one thing. And the wonderful thing about spirit is this: if you ask for it, if your heart and your mind sincerely ask spirit, bring me this knowledge, bring me this information, it will come. I guarantee you.
Mm-hmm. I hear
It
you.
will come. So that's that's 2 things, isn't it?
Yeah, too. That's great. Yeah, that's great.
Yes, what you look for and what spirit brings.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now that subliminal brainwashing
Yes.
that messes with the subconscious, they are sending us those messages in so many ways, and we're not even aware of it. Every movie, every cartoon, every advertisement, they're doing it. Look at the ads they are running right now.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's almost impossible to see a Black man in an ad with a Black woman,
Yeah. Yeah.
or a Black woman in an ad with a Black man.
Absolutely.
It's very subtle.
Right.
And look at those 2 movies, the Black Panther and the first and the second one, right? Who turns out to be the hero in the first movie? Do you remember?
I'm sorry, Dr. Day. Actually, I have to get my grandmother's food out the oven. I'm gonna come right back. I'm trying to
Oh,
put my
okay.
headphones on so I could listen to you on
Okay, so you're
while I'm
listening.
getting the food, but I'll be right back on screen.
Can you
Okay.
hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. In the first movie, the white CIA agent turns out to be the big hero. Now consider the CIA's role during the 60s in murdering our people, especially members of the Black Panther Party, right?
Yes.
It's subtle. unless you really stop and begin to analyze what they are saying, you know, it's easy to just see it and not see it. But your subconscious mind has recorded it. And then in the second one, the sequel to the first one, you have the Mexicans taking over everything we've got. When the leader of the water people, these Mexicans, when he should have been killed, what did this young lady do? She forgave him. She let him live so that he would be able to carry out his plan to take everything we have. So we get betrayed, we get tricked, we get fooled, just like Malcolm said. We've been hoodwinked. All of this stuff works on our minds. And if we fall for the distractions, then we don't have time to sit back and analyze and process. You know, that thing about processing information? If we are just running from one thing to another thing and another thing, and in between these important other things, there are all these distractions, we don't have time to properly process all these distractions.
Dr. Ade, let me just see, we have another guest in. It's Sister Gifty. She came in.
Okay.
And she's here with Keto.
Did I answer your questions?
Absolutely. Yes, for sure. Thank you.
We are so busy working. I mean, working 2.5 jobs just to put food on the table and pay the rent. This is not an accident.
Yes.
You don't have, parents don't have time to sit back and just process information.
Right.
That's the big plan. So you're getting more brainwashing and there's no pushback.
Right. Right. And it makes people, they're really touchy about it. If you bring it up, that's why I finally see, after years of trying to wake people up, that it's not a thing to do. I can do that through my art, through my music, through my poetry, teaching the children. But it's a very touchy subject for people to even admit that they're brainwashed. It's like they somehow think it's their fault or something like that. And it was a waste of energy that I'm so glad I don't have to waste anymore trying to have individual conversations with people. But just to pray and like to be grateful that I'm an artist that can touch the hearts and minds of the people.
Yes.
And just move forward with that, you know.
And see, I haven't even mentioned the music.
Thank you. Will you mention the music, Dr. Ade? We need you to mention the music. Thank you.
I haven't even mentioned the music. It's in the cartoons.
Yeah.
But look at how degraded rap has become.
Yes. Yes.
Compare most of the rap music, not all of it, but compare most of it to the oldies but goodies. For example, with what we call the oldies but goodies, the R&B with the rhythm, you
Yeah.
know, the grooviness.
Mm-hmm.
Romance.
When we were singing love songs to each other, when we were singing, creating music out of real life situations,
Mm-hmm.
even the hardships that motivated jazz. You know, the first expressions of jazz
Mm-hmm.
with Guitar Slim and some others, where they were talking about the hardship that they endured down in the South,
Yes.
the racism, the brutality. And they beautified. I'm not sure if I'm using the right language.
Yes, you are.
We get you.
They beautified the experience
Yes.
in such a way that it increased our faith in God.
Mm-hmm.
That jazz music talked about the hardship, but at the same time, they were celebrating life.
Mm-hmm.
And they gave us something to dance to, something that we could groove to in those juke joints and whatnot, right?
Yeah.
And look at the way that generation of artists behaved. They would perform and they talked about how they would be paid to perform in these clubs and in these hotels where Black people, their own people, were not allowed to even enter.
Right.
And they would get paid by these white people to perform in these hotels and clubs and bars. So they would perform all night.
Mm-hmm.
And when they finished, they would head to the Black side of town and perform in the juke joints free of charge.
Right. Yeah.
Look at the African spirit that was in the artists of those days.
Mm-hmm.
I think of Lena Horne, who married that white man that she said after he was dead, she said, I never loved him.
Hmm.
But when she traveled with his band, they all went to the hotels. She had to find a rooming house on
Yeah.
the Black side of town.
Absolutely.
And she said she got tired of doing that. She said, I never loved him. And he probably knew that she never loved him. He loved her. But after all, what was not to love about her?
Yeah. Who wouldn't? Who wouldn't love Lena Horne?
I think of Eartha Kitt. Beautiful woman.
Mm-hmm.
She was in love with, I think it was Sammy Davis. No, not Sammy Davis Jr. The two from the Caribbean. Again, I've gone blank. I want to call these names. The
Oh,
two,
you mean Harry Belafonte?
Harry Belafonte,
Okay.
and the other dark-skinned one, call me Mr. Tibbs. She was in love with Harry Belafonte. And he was not in love with, but wait, don't let me lie. It was one or the other one, right? The dark-skinned one. And whichever one it was, he admitted to her that he could not elevate himself as an actor if he married her. So he was always with white women. Someone help me with his name. I haven't called his name for a long time.
Sidney Poitier.
Yes. Thank you. Sidney Poitier. And he was always with white women. I think he married a white woman, at least one of them. He might have married a couple of them.
Yeah, his first wife was black prior
Okay.
to his shoot up to fame, just like OJ's. And then afterwards, when he was successful, for whatever reason, he transferred over to the other side.
Yes.
Just like brother Jamie Foxx, unfortunately.
Absolutely. Mm-hmm.
I wanted to chime in. So I'm Sister Gifty. I listen to the show a lot. And
Gifty.
yes, Brother Lance, thank you. This is such an amazing show. And thank you for the platform for Dr. Ade. I mean,
Yes.
Queen, you are saying things that need to be said to the entire world, not just Africans, but everybody. You are a speaker of truth, wisdom right here. And I just wanted to thank you for that. I don't know if Sister Quito is in here still. Okay.
Hi.
Yeah. Hi. You had a wonderful question and Dr. Ade answered it adequately. I just wanted to piggyback on that too, because I think what you said was brave, that you faced your subconscious, because that's really what drives us is our subconscious, not really our conscious. Because we might be like, yeah, I'm proud of myself. I love myself because that's the right thing to say and the right thing to feel. But deep inside, there's that silent nagging like, you ugly, you're not worthy, you ain't nothing, and all of those things. And the reason, I'm not saying anything we don't all know, but the reason, and Dr. Ade, I know you're a professional on this, as human beings, forget being black. First of all, everybody wants to be on the winning popular team, period. So if it's perceived that the winning popular team is not you, then it's not that we hate being black or hate things attributable to us, but the dominant culture is the winning team, so to speak. A little populated country like England, small population compared to other places. Imagine their little language dominates the whole world, like English, if you just think of that.
Absolutely. Think about that.
And then if you go to what they're masters of, we have to give credit. They're masters of certain things that we're not. And we're not masters because we are not capable, but because it's like somebody who's maybe naturally slim. They don't probably have to work out, but somebody who does. So in other words, we Africans naturally have certain gifts, so we kind of take them for granted historically. We didn't have to work at it. God just gave us the Garden of Eden, so to speak. So we didn't really have to think about how do we get to space or how do we conquer other lands. We had heaven right there, right? So that muscle wasn't really exercised. Meanwhile, these people who were in totally different conditions had to, by force, figure out how to survive. They had to master things like that. And that's why we joke about it and say, why are they so nosy? They question everything. Can I touch your hair? Can I do this? Like, they question every little thing, and it's part of their psyche because they don't have it. So they have to try to get it. So then they created these movies and media and magazines and everything for brainwashing. So I think our answer, the simplified answer, is we have to brainwash ourselves backwards back to the truth.
Absolutely.
And Dr. Ade, this is basically what you're saying today. This is why I wanted to call in, because you basically are saying unlearn the misinformation. So in that same strategy, we have to unlearn the brainwashing and re-brainwash to the truth of our beauty, our hair. We need to be bold. We need to be trend setting, even if you're the only one. Imagine, like, even though a lot of us, this is a side note, even though a lot of us are sisters are wearing our hair natural now more and more, but how many sisters do you really see just with straight up naturals. Like, we don't hardly see that. And in other words, even a lot of us who are conscious or trying to be or trying to accept our beauty, even the natural styles we wear a lot of times are, we do it because it's fashionably acceptable now, versus just that we're doing it because this is beauty, whether nobody has it, you know. And also on the point, of so many points, also on the point of a little place like England having the whole world. English is the global language. I mean, that's not even the largest population in Europe, let alone the world. And their clothes, you know, their so-called pants and shirts versus like the traditional native, what you're wearing, Dr. Ade. Why isn't this the global standard of clothes? I mean, so we have to undo, to piggyback on what you're saying, not just in the education in the schools, we have to undo everything. Everything.
Yes.
And so that's, you know, again, to use the word brainwashing, re-brainwash ourselves back to the truth. Sister Keto and all of us, you know, have to do that. I've been able to visit Africa and visited different countries. I've been to certain villages in Africa, and even in the villages, Jesus is white, and they ain't never even seen a white person in real life in some of these villages. But on that wall, the angels, Jesus, Mary, never mind that they're into that religion, but even the colors are white. And because Africans are so religious, naturally, I mean, in a good sense, they knew strategically that the way to get under their skin is make their God look like us and make all the things that they like to be entertained by look like us. You know, that's back to the movies, the music, like you said, the Black Panther. How many of us knew that that story was about the CIA? How many of us knew? Because we are so emotionally driven. Were so happy to see our costumes. I'm just using that for lack of a better word. That's our true attire, but our costumes, our jewelry, dark-skinned women with naturals and being powerful. And the swag of the Black Panther, like, oh my God, the swag of him in the movie, like all that. We were so dazzled that little quiet foundation of, if you strip all that away, all this was about was the CIA is not trusted by this group. How are we going to be trusted? And by the end of the movie, not only is he the hero, but the Black Panther himself gives a speech at the UN saying that we need to open up our borders and we need to collaborate with them. How is that part of a story? How are we not seeing this? I know how, but I'm speaking to myself too, but I'm saying this is right under our skin, under our noses, like right here. Like,
absolutely.
It ends with that. How does some so-called entertaining thing end with us giving a speech at the UN? Our leader, our Black, you know, our king saying, yeah, they're our friends.
Yes. So there was the big buildup throughout the entire movie. But at the very end, they slip in two things: white supremacy and white male superiority.
Yes.
At the very end, that neutralized everything else.
Everything.
We've got to have a white male hero to rescue us. Just like our people in Christianity are looking for a white Jesus to come down on a cloud from the sky or some old
Let me tell you something interesting. It goes with what Sister Keto said. So I grew up in a household that was real conscious, Black is beautiful, all of that. So you couldn't tell me that I didn't know Black was beautiful and powerful. But really, So somebody, I don't know if it was a teacher like you or somebody said, okay, close your eyes and just imagine God. Don't think though. Don't think. Just imagine. And what color is he? And I had to be honest, it wasn't black. It wasn't black. Like, we can think that it's black after we start thinking like, oh yeah. But the image automatically was a white male figure. So that is that. And then, historically speaking, we know, not just historically, today, we have been so subjugated, and our black men are still being castrated. And then they have obviously set it up intentionally that they give us attention and economic advantages that they don't give the man. So then we can look at the man and say, well, what you doing for me? What you doing for the kids? I don't need you. And then the poor black men in this regard, when I say poor, it's hard to not empathize, not sympathize that they want to be with a white woman, because it's not so much, when I analyze it, that they just on the surface think, oh, a white woman is the standard of beauty. But that's the only, quote, if they're not thinking properly, right? That's the only advantage they have over their competitor, the white man. They don't have world power. They don't have the world dominion, and every man needs to be the man. And so if my only subconscious power is getting your woman, it's almost like black women just have to, not intentionally so, but we just lose out. Like, it's so deep, all this. So that's why what you're doing, and I'll finish with this, Dr. Ade, is so, so, so important. Not just what you're saying, but your age is so important, because you have that wisdom, you have that context. You live so many lifespans within your life in terms of seeing radical changes from segregation to integration. You've seen all this, so you can bring all of this into context that even the younger people who have the education but we're not there can't. So it's so valuable what you're doing, because you're educating us, making us miseducate ourselves, roll it back and understand. And this is so important. And just thank you again, Brother Lance, just for giving the Queen Elder the platform, because, it may not be 1 million people here, but thank God there will be 1 million people who get to see this afterwards. So your words and what you teach will reverberate throughout our entire community all over the globe. So you are a messenger of God.
Wow, thank you. I'm grateful that you see me that way. I see myself that way. And that's why I sacrifice everything to do what I do. And I realize that most of what I do on YouTube and the books and everything is for posterity. It's for the ones coming behind me. In fact, as you come in my door, there is, one of those sliding closet doors. And I put my little saying up there. And if I can quote myself, it says, remember, it's okay to be a clog. A clog is one of those little round wheels, but it has spikes on it. And the clog is a wheel that catches on to other wheels and other wheels. So in order to keep a machine running. So that's my message to myself at all times. So as I walk around my small apartment, I often look at it, and it says, it's okay to be a clog. Remember that the clogs keep the universal machine running.
Yes.
So In that way, I always stay in my lane. Whoever is getting a lot of fame and fortune or whatever, recognition, I never worry about that. I stay in my lane doing whatever it is I do, no matter how small. I'm the cog. I don't mind being a cog. If God wants me to have recognition and this and that, it will come. If it doesn't, I don't worry about it. It's not for me. There is an African proverb that says, I will drink from my part of the river. What does it mean? You can imagine someone standing at the bank of the river. And of course, the river is running, and you're standing there, and you're waiting for your portion of the river to come. And no one can drink from your portion or my portion of the river. No one else can drink. If I don't drink from it, no one else can. It just passes by. And now that I am, oh Lord, my phone. What kind of ring is that? Can you hear that?
Yes.
What is that? I'm not answering that. I keep forgetting to unplug it. So,
Sister, that's for the viewers to wake up. That's a wake-up call. That was an alarm.
but that thing that I just said about drinking from my part of the river, suppose I choose not to drink from the part of the river that God has set aside from me. It is in my divine destiny to drink from my part of the river. But what if I refuse to drink? Then that just goes by. And when I transition, I have to go through all this mess all over again. Nope. I ain't doing that. I am always on the alert.
Always
I'm
on
looking at my part of the river.
I want to say something else that I love about your teaching. There's two types of teachers that I've observed that are for our good, that want us to succeed. But I think yours is a more superior way in the sense that you talk about pro, like everything is pro us. A lot of times we get caught up in the anti them, not understanding that focusing on the anti them, that we're not focusing on the pro us. Like you talk about our geniuses versus what they did to us. What they did to us is a backdrop. That's always going to be there. But back to that, everybody wants to be on a winning team. We have to prompt ourselves up versus just saying, oh, we're down because they did this and are continuing to do this, because that's admitting to white supremacy, which is a fallacy anyway. But our notion of that, some of our groups or our mindsets don't understand that hating them or focusing on the evil that they've done as a collective group to us historically, then we're just focusing on their domination over us instead of actually creating that way to get out of it by just continuing to drum. And think about what a drum is versus other instruments. Drum has a steady rhythm. It's just a steady call. We've used that traditionally in Africa. It's a call, right? Drum. And you're drumming into us. You're drumming our self-love. You're drumming our self-worth. That's already there anyway, but it's been so buried by all these lies. We've been given, it's an avalanche upon us, and you're digging us out of this avalanche. All your teaching is doing that. And that's why it's so, so valuable, because you're showing us a way out, not just telling us we're effed, we're screwed, and that's it, you know. And that's what I also appreciate just about how you uplift and elevate us.
God bless you for that. And it took time to get to this point, because at first I was like everyone else. But see, that's the value in loving yourself. That's the value of learning about yourself. We are the most amazing human beings on the planet. And those other people know this. So we have to find every teeny tiny thing that we can to be proud of ourselves.
Yes.
And living in Africa for extended periods of time, that just sucked it in. We learn what real civilization is. We learn what real family is. Because if you live in Africa for an extended period of time, say even 2 or 3 years, somebody adopts you. You become like family. They look out for you. If you fall sick, someone is coming to see about you. We haven't seen her this morning. Where is she? I was in that kind of situation years and years ago. I had gotten dysentery because my houseboy had not boiled my water. And in most of Africa, you have to boil and filter the water. You boil it for the bacteria, and you filter it because there is hard material.
Yes.
Right? That you can't see it, but it's in there, and you filter that out. So you boil and filter your water. And he was probably lazy that day. I got dysentery. And I was so sick. And when I went to the bathroom, this is going to gross you out. The toilet was full of blood. And I was too sick to get to work. But I had dressed and was planning to get to the doctor's office when someone from the office where I worked came to see what was going on.
Yes.
We didn't see you. You're a little late. You're never late. This, that, and the other thing. We came to see about you. And that person put me in the car and took me to the hospital. And I recovered.
Well, yeah, but your point is the communal. Yes, the communal. If we don't have the communal, and so many of us are suffering from mental illness in addition to the trauma of being enslaved and colonized, because we're now copying, or by force we're individualistic and we're lonely. And you can die of loneliness. You can die of loneliness.
Sure you can.
And we're not built that way. We're not built for being alone. We're like elephants. We are a community of packs. If one elephant is in danger, especially if it's a baby, all the mothers are circling around. We're dying for that baby. Like we are, you know, we're protectors. We're a community. Whole nother topic about polygamy, which is not what they call polygamy, but that's off topic. But just to say, the whole purpose of that was,
we'll get into it.
Yes, but I meant not, you know, but I meant just in terms of the community aspect of it. But because we're in a civilization that's individualistic in our minds and our brainwashed minds, oh, it has to be sexual. That's all we can think of is wait a minute, you mean a man can have sex with 5 people? Oh, hell no. Right? And whether that's the case or not, that's the point is we are all provided for. There's no single women in the sense of no fatherless children. Everybody, the children are the villages. And we were like that too. We don't have to go back to Africa. That's why when I was a kid, your neighbor could spank you. Like if you deserved it,
Yes.
Now don't touch my kid. But or if they can't spank you, they could at least call you out and say,
Sure.
little Rashida, you better get, you better get out of that whatever, because we were the communities, and we need to go back to communal living, whatever that looks like in our individual
Yes.
lives, because we cannot survive alone.
Yes. And we are used to having that communal culture, that communal system. That is what we maintain from Africa. That whole thing about who can spank my child, right? If you act up, everyone in the community, in my generation, everyone knew you. You didn't know everyone,
But they knew you.
but everyone knew.
That's Miss Mamie's. That's Miss Mamie's girl.
Yeah.
Ain't you Miss Mamie's girl? You going out with that boy? I see you behind that pole with that boy. You better get on out from out that
There
pole
you are.
with that boy. I'm calling
There
your
you are.
mama.
Now, when they disciplined us physically, we were not abused. It was discipline.
Mm-hmm.
And a lecture always came afterward while they were rubbing us down with alcohol, right? But here is the lecture, the teaching. I'm sorry I had to do this, and I'm not quoting, but this is the thinking behind it. They would say, this beating was necessary. This beating was necessary because if I do not beat you now, the police will beat you later.
Yes.
That was the consistent lesson. And all our mothers, our mothers were our disciplinarians. My dad only had to look at us. He only had to look at us and we would straighten up. Or if mom said, just wait until your father comes. Just wait until your father comes home and I tell him about this, Lord. We were in agony all that time. But just look at the wisdom and the planning. Now, these little white social workers are the ones that started this whole child abuse foolishness.
Yes.
And they began to write their research papers and get those research papers published in the professional journals. And that became, it was done at such a volume that laws came into vogue. It brought up or introduced these new laws about child abuse. That's not to say that there were not some abusive parents. Some of those have always been around. But what our parents were doing was teaching us self-discipline so that as we grew older, we would automatically adjust our behavior so that we knew when we were doing right and doing wrong, and we would self-adjust. No one was going to beat us because we were adults now, but we were taught that this is life. What mom and dad were doing in terms of disciplining us physically when we did wrong. What they were doing, what they were teaching us is like saying, okay, we are like life. When you are no longer under our control, life is there. We will not be around as parents, but life itself will put a hurting on you. And it will be worse than this. So they were teaching us how to discipline ourselves. That's what the socialization process is about. That's socialization, teaching us about life on a small scale, on an intimate scale, so that you have some idea what to expect from life when you are no longer under their roof, when you're out there on your own. Expect consequences. That's all it was about, teaching us that there are consequences for everything you do. If you do something good, there will be nice consequences. If you do something bad, there are consequences.
That's right. And to your point, when that started, I was a teacher myself, and my mother was a teacher. When that thing started, a lot of us, not me, but followed behind it because it seemed like a good idea, right? It seemed like a good intentions. Like, right, okay, if we could stop the abuse, right? Even, to stop the abuse, right? We get kind of distracted by that good intention, so to speak, right? So this policy will save a few kids from being abused. But what it really was, now that we look back, a diabolical strategy to
Yes.
take our ability to discipline ourselves, be a community in our family, in the
Yes.
segregated sense, in a good way, our own way. It took the control of the Black family, whatever was left of it after they try to devour and take the Black man away,
Yes.
into the hands of the state. And then the next, and this is multi-phase, the next phase, we don't have to go through all the phases, but we could jump to today. The phase is you could be whatever gender you want to be. You can be a dog if you want to be, whatever you identify as. And now we can't go, forget whoopings, forget spankings. That's so old school. That's so 19th century as far as a topic. Now your kid in California will be taken away from you if you don't allow them to get mutilated if they want to be. So
But
now we can see the steps that seem so harmless at first, where we are now.
you are correct to talk about phases. That first phase was meant to be the first level at which they would remove parental authority.
Yes.
They took away parental authority so that after about 5 years or so, the children were threatening the parents.
Yes.
If you touch me, I'll call 911.
Yes.
And of course, the parental clapback most of the time was, I will call them in advance.
That's
and
right.
tell them to wait for about 15 minutes
That's right.
until I put a righteous beating on your ass.
That's right.
And after I put the righteous beating on your ass and they get here and they take your ass out of my house, you will never come back to this house.
That's right.
So we didn't really relinquish all our authority. But you're right. We're at a serious phase now. where these kids can go and get this surgery. If you don't agree, they can take the, what?
Yes.
What is this?
This is not theory. This is not what could happen. This is law in California now.
Yes. And I don't know if you've been keeping up with it, but they have been trying to force it on African leaders, African presidents.
Absolutely, I've been following. Yes. And a lot of us, our
They're
leaders
under
have accepted it.
sanction.
A few of us haven't, but a lot of us have. But here's another thing about phases and strategies, which they are masters of. They're masters of phases. They're masters of strategy. They're very patient. They actually plan on failing the first few times. That's part of the playbook, because they bring something that's shocking and they already know, okay, everybody's going to say no and say, oh my God. And then the next time they'll just say, oh my God. Then the next time they'll say no. Then the next time they'll say, nah. And the next time it's maybe, all the way up until now we're championing it. We are now on the front lines of this gender thing. We are on the front lines. You know, we, not all of us, but the loud minority. And speaking of the loud minority.
The loud minority.
Yes.
I like that.
Yes, that's what it is. But why is it? It seems like an oxymoron, the loud minority, right? But the reason it is because they control all avenues of distribution. All, including what you thought was ours, like the Essence Festival or Essence Magazine. Even the few things, properties we thought we had left of distribution, they're all owned by non-Black people. We don't own anything. We don't own when I'm talking about anything, I'm talking about major. I'm not talking about even businesses and stuff. We don't own that either, but I'm talking about in terms of our distribution that could give messages. We don't own any film companies. We don't own any magazines. We don't own any media. We don't own any newspapers. I'm not talking about a little online blog that gets, 100,000 people a year.
Own our Black universities.
Yes, we don't own those.
Mm.
And of course, we don't own our countries in Africa. We don't even own those. So what does that mean that we don't own it? We kind of know it, but it means that it's a macro. If the home life is a micro of not having control over our kids anymore, then the macro of society is we can't even speak to our own people. And that's why a channel like Lance has been demonetized. For what? For speaking truth? No hate, no negativity, just speaking truth, trying to educate ourselves. Demonetization. And even their own people are being demonetized now when they dare to speak some truth. So we, though, are at the bottom floor of not having access to ourselves because they strategically took away all or took away all the avenues.
Now,
yes.
Whose fault is that?
You have to tell us, Dr. Ade. This is where your wisdom comes in.
It's our fault.
Teach us.
It is our fault. Because in every instance, they offered money and we took the money and gave up the control.
Wow.
In every instance.
Right.
We took the money. We read the contracts. But we wanted the money. We wanted the recognition. So we signed the contracts. Because we wanted the money and the fame, the recognition right now, right up front. We couldn't wait.
Wow.
We wanted now. So we gave up ownership in music of our own masters.
Wow.
The artists died broke. The white folks who hold the contracts and the masters are still making money. Generations, 2 generations later. And this is why, knowing that, I'm a playwright. I write and I produce my own stage plays. That last one that I wrote was one that was sent. You understand what I mean?
Yes.
When
Yes. It was downloaded.
Very powerful. So this one theater saw it, called me, emailed me. We went through 3 months of what you might call negotiation. It wasn't a real negotiation. That contract was so whacked.
Wow.
It had language like this, and I'm paraphrasing. Once you sign, you and your play belong to us into perpetuity. That into perpetuity. We own you.
Wow.
Once you sign, I don't care how long you live or where you might go on this planet. Your future work. No, not the future work. This play, this here play.
The future of this play, no matter how big it
You
gets.
and it belong to us. Whatever you want to do from your own creative work, you will have to come back to us before you're able to do anything with it from this point on. Check that out. And if you do anything else with it, we will tell you how the credits go, so that when you run your credits, you will have to advertise the people who give the theater funding. What kind of issue is that? So I never signed. I decided I'm putting it in the drawer. Spirit gave it to me. Spirit will put me in a position with the right people to produce that play. It's very powerful. But you see, it works against their interests. It wakes people up. It introduces people to a new or a different, no, not new and different. It introduces Black people to who they are.
Yes.
It reintroduces that. It reminds Black people of the power that we have. It builds in the reality of that 5,000-year-old prophecy uttered by Imhotep, that their punishment is coming. It incorporates all that powerful and spiritual stuff. So of course they wanted it. I'm the one who just cut it off. I'm not that naive. I sent the contract to one of the guilds that I pay for in membership. And they said, don't sign that. Of course, I knew that. And I said, spell it out for me. What's wrong with this contract? And that's what they did, line by line by line. And I sat down and typed stuff up to, saying, this is what you have written, and this is what it should say. And it took me all day in order to break all that down, right? And I sent it to them. After 3 months of negotiation, they never agreed to change even a comma. You understand that?
Yes.
And I got tired of their behinds. And it's like spirit spoke to me, the ancestors or something was advising me. And what it said is, even if they change this contract to suit you enough that you sign, somewhere down the line, they're going to trick you. So you must not trust them. And when I got that advice, I cut off everything, told them I'm not interested. But they were still interested. 3 months up until the holidays, I was tired of them. But they still left, they left with this understanding that, they'll keep in touch. We'll talk about it again some other time. And look at what happened. After that, I had never written a screenplay. Someone read the stage play. I've been too broke and too tired to write another grant. These matching grants. And what happens is you need a team. And once the heavy lifting gets started with a play, the team will disappear. When the real work gets started, they disappear. I don't know how I lived through it without getting a stroke. And I thought, never again. Unless I have the money to just do it, I'm not interested. That powerful plate is still sitting in the jar. And it's not a whole lot of money, but, I'm an old lady on Social Security, and I'm tired. I can't be doing all that. If someone signs on as my team, I expect them to do the heavy lifting, right? But I don't need to get into all that. So that plate is in a jar. And I decided from that point on that I don't want to look for anyone in the United States to produce that play. I need to get to Africa. I need to find an African producer. You know what I mean? And the play is written in such a way that it has traditional African spirituality really as the basis of the play, but it's written in such a way that people like African Americans can readily identify with it, which is very important because that's the only way you can draw people in, right?
Yes.
So someone suggested to me that I should write that play as a screenplay. And I did. And it was a Nigerian producer who read it, fell in love with it. Oh, that's the other thing. I've been catching hell. And I have relatives who think I'm nuts because, I'm refusing this money. All money is not good money. So I contacted this Nigerian producer, and his stuff is on YouTube. And he encouraged me, write this as a screenplay. And I did. It took me 4 months. You know, and the software by itself was so expensive. I made that sacrifice. And as soon as I got the software, $200 just for the software, right? Because I didn't know the formatting. You've got to know the different formats and everything. And this automatically puts you there. And since the top producers and everything use that, and you're able to communicate back and forth using that one, he encouraged me, go ahead, get the best one. I did. And it took me 4 months to rewrite that stage play as a screenplay. Okay, I finished it. I love it.
Congratulations.
And I love it because I would have stage play directors. I hope I'm not boring you guys. I would have stage play directors. Once I brought them on board to direct the stage play, they would have to do so much cutting down, right? Because the way I would write it, you can't do that from these little auditoriums with limited lighting, and
yes,
you can't have it in there with people floating in on clouds and this, that, and other. There's a lot of spirituality and fantasy in my work. So then I began to understand why they always had trouble whittling it down so that it would be manageable on stage. And they always did a good job of that. But when I started to write it as a screenplay, oh Lord, it was like throwing a rabbit into the, what kind of bush? The bramble bush. It was like throwing, I'm a rabbit, just throw me into the bramble bush. I loved it. I was at home. I was able to really express everything that I would see in my mind and feel in my heart. Okay, I finished it. 4 months. Phew. Sent it to him. He loved it.
Wow.
He loved it. What he said to me was, I'm ready to take you anywhere with this play.
Wow.
Hollywood, Netflix, what, anywhere. And my heart sank. My heart sank because I knew what they would do with it. They would pay me for it and put it on a shelf, and no one would ever see it. It was too powerful. Or even if they produced it, they would whiten it up. The main character is a shero, a Black woman with natural hair, dark skin, full figure, not fat, just full and shapely. You know what I'm saying? And on top of that, she has a fiancé who is a real hunk, and he's wealthy. He's a businessman. He's wealthy. And these little things hit on him all the time, and his friends can't believe that he doesn't tap that thing. Because he really and truly loves this woman. And he knows he has someone wonderful, someone valuable, and he's not going to risk it. So he's very loyal. I knew, and again, it's based on prophecy and the destruction of whites, that we're going through right now, right?
Oof.
They're not going to have any of that. It would, get a Black person's mind to switch. So when he said, I'm ready to take you anywhere with this, my heart sank. I'm not going to put it in the hands of any of these people. I've had family members suggest, well, how about this Black producer? He's got a whole studio of his. Not yet, but he's in white folks' pockets. How about that one? The same thing. He's does comedy stuff, and no, he's not the right person. He wouldn't even understand this play.
Right.
It's not him. He's about the, sexual relationships and, a little comedy thrown in and then this, that. It's not his kind of play. So there's another piece in the jar. And I have relatives who say, she's nuts. She's giving up this money. And I keep telling them, this is beyond money. What I have written is worth more than anyone can pay me. So I am looking for the right African producer and the right African director to produce both of these things, or either one. I would love it if I get the film done. But it has to be someone in Africa who looks at it, understands, identifies with it, and the right director who can even sharpen it up a little bit, right? So we've got to get our minds straight. The way you see me dressing when I come on, these videos, I have been dressing like this forever. Because from the beginning, I wanted to know who I am. And once that tiny seed was planted in me, that Afrocentric seed was planted in me. Praise God for Molefi Asante. I was one of his first students. Hi, Molefi, if you happen to see this video. Molefi Asante is my intellectual father. Although I think I'm a little older than him. I'm not sure. He's my intellectual father. So from that point on, my everything came together for me. And I knew that I was brainwashed. I knew that I would have to do everything possible, every teeny tiny thing possible to unbrainwash myself. I have videos on YouTube teaching how to unwash your brain. None of my work goes, people are not that interested in it, right? It goes very slowly. I don't care. It's for posterity. So if people today really pay attention to it, that's their business. If they won't, that's their business. I've done what I need to do for posterity. I have family members who never want their children to be around me because their children will learn something different from what they are telling them. They don't like it. That's the shape that we're in. That's the socialization, primary socialization that continues. So how can African genius ever flourish here? Even with all the schooling, the more schooling we get, the worse off we are, because we become more and more immersed in this white supremacy thing and this male superiority thing. It's insane. So one of the things that I was always able to do, and I was, it's true when we say, I don't need to be born in Africa for, to be African. Africa is born in me. Well, of course, Africa is born in me. Look at me. What kind of an intellectual stretch is that? You know who my mom and dad are, right? Now I'm mixed with a couple other things, probably, yes, especially native, so-called Native American. I don't take on any other identity except African. All right? But I do everything I can. In my house, when someone, for decades and decades, you have white servicemen, the refrigerator, the plumber, or whatever, walk into my house and they get lost in an ozone because they start looking around for that obligatory picture of Jesus at the Last Supper. They don't see Jesus on the cross. They don't see the Last Supper with all these white people fawning over it. They don't see that. Everything they see is African. So how do we unwash our brains, right? We put Africa in our surroundings, our environment, so that we are reminded of who we are. We have a little ancestors table, so we can have a candle and some water and, put something to eat on it every now and then. And you've got an ancestors table. Burn a little incense, burn a candle. All of these things, small things, but they begin to add up because they're having an impact on our psyches. And even now, every now and then, I can't think of anything in particular, but every now and then something white will pop up into my brain. And I say, wait a minute, get the F out. Go back to where you came from. You are not welcome here.
But it's normal, because when you're inundated with anything, it's going to overtake you at some point, and you really have to actively fight that. A couple of things before I go to work on my job. I wanted to say what was beautiful about you not selling, no matter if they think you're crazy or not, because actually they're crazy.
Yes.
And why am I saying that? Because so everything doesn't have a price, a monetary price, a cash price. And cash is useless anyway, because cash is just a form of trade to get food or housing or whatever. So you sell what came from your soul for some paper? No. So that's not crazy. If I put what you did in a theme or in a quote, it's like that quote, I might mess it up, but where they say, I'd rather die on my feet than live on my knees.
Yes.
So that's basically what you did in action. It's like, if I have to put my thing that I feel was downloaded straight from the divine, from God, then yes, then if I sell it for 3 pieces of silver, like Judas did, then what is the difference, right? And then we know Judas's fate, whether it's an allegory or not. He went and committed suicide because he sold his God for 3 pieces of silver.
Yes.
So you said, I'm not willing to do it. I'd rather die on my feet than live on my knees in terms of that project. But it goes back to this unanswered solution as of yet, which comes from teaching that you're doing, but the distribution outlets. We need to be, our perfect destination would be what they call in business B2C instead of B2B, because B2B is business to business. For anybody that knows about business, it's that you have a product selling from business to business. B2C is you have a product that goes directly to the consumers. So an outlet for us for distribution, because they learned, the mainstream establishment learned that if we control all avenues of distribution and don't give them any, a script like yours or an invention like those airplanes and all this topic of today about our African genius, this is where it's sad to me where we are right now, but it doesn't mean we don't have hope for where we're going if we try to build a map. And that map is, how does African genius get into the hands of African consumers and skip over the B2B, which is business to business, which means, let's just use your example that you said you write a script. Now, your customer is actually business to business because you need them to get it out. But if they say no, then it's in the drawer. But we need a way to get your product and all of our genius inventions to ourselves. And then on the other side of that, we need to be willing to invest and to buy. And I see that your Cash App is up on the screen. How many of us in the chat, I'm talking to myself too, are going to that Cash App, even if it's $1, even if it's whether you got a lot of money or a little bit of money? How many of us are when the business
and it's dearly appreciated?
Yes.
Thank you guys.
We have to, because how many of us, when we create something, we're like, yeah, but are we willing to buy it? You spend hours a week on this channel, hours giving out invaluable knowledge that's going to reverberate and last forever. It takes nothing for us to pop $10 or $100 or $1 if we don't have it to help out. And some of us might think, oh, $5 is nothing, but you turn that into a spiritual principle that will multiply. And that's why I love the Bible, because I don't argue about whether it happened or not. I wasn't there. So, but the principles, I can't find those principles anywhere else in any other modern day religion, but like the 3 loaves or 2 loaves of bread and 2 fish and 5 loaves of bread, the principle of multiplication.
Yes.
When you give in love and faith and belief, that $5 that we donate to you or Brother Lance's channel turns into 5 million just by our faith. So if we're on that page, then we understand that we're not just giving $5. That 2 fish and 5 loaves of bread is feeding 5,000. So our $5 can feed you for 5,000 days once it's multiplied. So those of us who believe in this whitewash religion should be using those principles. At least use the principles in it to benefit ourselves and multiply and support ourselves. One thing I love about J people, I don't know if it's good to say the word J or not on this channel. It's a positive thing I'm saying anyway. They know about community and supporting themselves.
Yes,
they understand that even if my body is not sitting in there, my money's going there. And we should all be developing that. And we used to have that anyway. We lost it. So it's not that it's foreign to us. That's where the community came from. They have this thing in Ethiopia. It's called a kub. And what they do is every month everybody gives, say if it's 100 people or 1,000 people. They do this all over the country. Anybody who knows Ethiopians, ask them about Akub. Because I have a lot of Ethiopian friends, they give money every month, a certain amount, just say $100. And then at the end of the month, they draw a name and somebody gets all that. And you buy a house, a car, down payment, like it just keeps circling. And this has just been part of their culture for 1,000 years, which means it was a part of our culture before we got here. So I'm just saying, everybody, not to get on the church pulpit and say, give to the preacher. But we need to support ourselves. We need to be self-sustaining, because when we support people like you, people like Lance, we're actually supporting ourselves. Then we can, because if we don't do it, and then I'm out, we cannot complain that there's no avenues for us, that they're not serving us, that they're not treating us right, that they're not having products for us. Because when our people create a product, a script, a plane, a business, we have to patronize, support, donate, all of that for ourselves and for the building of our community.
Now that savings plan, that is still done all over Africa. All over Africa. And not on a nationwide basis, just small social groups get together. Everyone puts in the same amount every month, and it cycles around as to who is going to collect and when. So when someone plans to build a new house, they get started on that. Someone plans to buy some more farmland, because farming is money in Africa. That's the way they do it. So they give each other a hand up. And like you said, the recipient circles around the group. And they all agree in terms of, okay, how do we schedule when someone's going to receive, be the recipient? And it's usually about a year. Some choose 5 years, depending on how many big projects they have. So that person starts out with a big chunk of change. And these are people who have close relationships, so they don't cheat each other. They don't expect corruption from any member, and they last for years just doing that. They don't have to go to a bank. They have their own bank accounts, but they have this small savings plan that's just among these small groups. Some are smaller than others, some are larger. It just depends. So that still exists. What if we still carried that on here in America? But here, you can't even trust your family members. That's how bad it has become. And by the way, let me share something else about that screenplay. When I replied to this Nigerian producer that I wasn't interested in any of these American companies handling my work, he completely lost interest. What does that tell you? What does that tell you about him? He completely lost interest. I said, I want to take this play to Nollywood, not Hollywood, not Netflix. he completely lost interest.
His loss. His loss. Absolutely his loss. And too bad, too sad for him. I really want to commend you on that. I really do. I can appreciate and identify with that decision that you've made. And I commend you. And I know that now is the time that, since we're living in these beautiful times where we self-produce, where it's pretty effortless for those of us who are technically savvy and are connected to people who are technically savvy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure that it's only a matter of time before
Yes.
your work will be shared and you will be comfortable with the arrangement. But I really, really commend you on following your intuition on that, and holding on to it, and being clear that it was a timing thing and it's God's timing. Regardless of what people
Yes.
thought around you, it's God's timing. So I would also it's two more things I would like to share before I get off camera, so that I can get ready to go teach, get dressed. I've been getting ready, organizing, and this has been a treat for me.
I've been watching you.
It's been a treat, Dr. Day. And for the sister who was sharing, I really appreciate you as well.
Yeah.
I would I'm posting in the chat now. And hopefully it went through. It didn't do nothing weird. If it did, I will go back and post it again. It's the link to In the Beginning Was She. So I want to thank you for that.
Oh, you watched it.
I watched it, and I will watch it many times.
Mm-hmm.
This will be that's one of the ones that you want to loop. You want to listen to that a lot. So I don't know if it went through in the chat, but if it didn't, like I said, I'm gonna go back, because it looks like it's doing something weird now on my phone. But I get back to that. I would like to also say that, or ask you if it's okay, or how do you feel about the Zelle, getting donations through Zelle? Because I know you have to share your email address for that, and everybody's not comfortable doing so on the open platform. Are you okay with doing that? To get a Zelle donations?
You're giving me something to think about. And see, I never asked for anything before. As long as I've been doing this, I just never asked for anything before.
Yeah, I hear you.
I want someone to listen to me, as many people as possible. There is something wonderful about living a spiritual life and just dedicating your life to that. I'm certain everybody can't do it, but for those who can, and for those who are willing to make that kind of sacrificial choice, right? I never pray for money. When I need money, Spirit brings it to me. The universe sends me that money, sometimes before I even know I need it. I don't know exactly how that happens. But for that reason, I'm never desperate these days. There was a time when I was, and I still didn't give up my integrity. Okay. But I guess after I passed that test, so that test never confronted me again. But you can get to that point where you never have to pray and beg the universe for anything. Do what you're supposed to do. Do what they tell you to do. And the money will come. And money never meant that much to me. I was never that materialistic. Okay. The only two things I ever prayed for was a good education and a library, my own library. Maybe I should have been praying for some money too, but I'm happy. I'm happy with my life. That's what I'm saying.
I hear you. That's beautiful. That's really, really beautiful. And I feel like I respect that. And at the same time, I feel like it's a lot of people who would like to show appreciation. And in that time, that's what we'll do when that time comes.
Thank you.
Yeah, the Cash App didn't work. So that's why I'm just saying I tried to do the Cash App the last time. It didn't go through. So
It didn't go through?
no, it didn't. If that's the same one from the previous live, I didn't just try it right now. But if that's the same one, it did not work. And so, that's that. But I know in time I'll be able to make the contribution when it is time. I'm not worried about it because I'm here now. I'm connected with you now. So I'm not worried about anything. I am just grateful and
I'm surprised to hear that about Cash App because some people have sent some contributions in.
Well, let me try it right now again because I don't want to say that, give you any wrong information.
Maybe you're spelling it incorrectly.
I just copy pasted what was on there before, but I'm gonna do it again. But as I'm doing
something, you copied and pasted.
I did both.
A lot of times, the systems, some of these systems, will not accept that copy pasting. You have to type it in.
I hear you. Well, I'm going to type it in.
I tried to do something just 2 days ago. You know how they asked for verification, and I copied pasted, and it didn't even deal with money.
Okay.
And it wouldn't go through. So then I typed it in, and boop, there it was.
Yeah, sometimes I've definitely encountered that as well. Yeah, I have. So I can multitask. I can type it in at the same time. There it goes. There it goes. I see it. Yay. Okay. Beautiful. Okay. Beautiful.
You just have to type it in.
Yeah, I got it. I'm so glad I did that because I did not want to spread wrong information. So, yeah, it's on and popping. So, I am going to continue to listen off camera and to just show love to everyone here because I feel like the people who are listening are also providing beautiful energy and beautiful words in the chat. I also know that it's a matter of time before this social media, especially like on Instagram, TikTok, those platforms, before when people start to hear you, that it's just a matter of time that it will be many,
sure.
And
I'm sure.
Yeah, of course you are. And it's not like I'm trying to tell you that. Like, I know you already know that, but I'm just expressing it because I'm excited about it. I feel very excited about it, these times that we're living in, where we can go straight to the people. When we have products, we can go straight to the consumer, like the sister was speaking on earlier. And one thing I would like to add to that is that one of the things that I see, especially with us collectively, we have believed that there is no money in what X, Y, and Z. Music, for instance, that's been a whole big thing where families have been trying to protect their children and say, don't go into what you love to do, into the arts, because I don't want you to be a starving artist, when that's a fallacy. I see other cultures, they support their children and they do well. And so it's getting to a point where that's happening for us again. Everything is turning around now. So I just want to put energy into this newness in this new time that we're living in. And the more parents realize the brainwashing that happened to them, the more they can stop that and support their children and go forward in this new time that we live in, where we can go straight to the people, like Lance has been doing, like you're doing right this moment. And it's good for us. I see our future as very bright. And I feel like it's a time where we really want to know what you are saying, Dr. Ade. We want to have it in our minds, in our souls. We want to move on it. So yeah, I'm very encouraged, and I hope everyone is encouraged.
But you said something very important that needs to be discussed at this time. I've seen this happen. Something happened here in America. I saw it happening in Africa, where students are concerned. Family members will discourage their children, especially parents, because we look for support from the parents, right? And if the passion of that student is to go into the arts, the parents are afraid of what might happen and this and that. They see the arts, anything in the arts, as not being good, not being a good pathway to take for life. So take something like business, become an accountant, or something like that, where you will have a skill that will assure you make money during your adulthood, right? This is the big problem. Every human being is born with a divine mission. We haven't gotten into that yet. And if your divine mission takes you into the arts, that's where your genius lies.
Yeah, divine mission. Yes, absolutely.
I always ask my parents, what is your passion? Because that's what really takes us through the good times and the bad times. When you do your work and the work doesn't seem like work because it's your passion.
Right.
It's just your passion and it drives you.
It's not even work. Yeah.
And it's not work.
No.
My doctor says, you're sleep deprived. What could I say, right? My cats have to jump up on the desk and do this to me.
Yeah.
Because I'm going into a nod over the computer, right?
I hear you. Yes.
And I get about 5 hours sleep, sometimes not that much, depending on what I have to do the next morning, right? And I still wake up and get it done. But we're talking about our divine destiny. When we are working, when we're working out our divine destinies, because that's our passion. That is what brings on and brings out the genius.
Right. Yes.
And someone throws ice water over a youngster saying, no, you got to make some money.
Yeah. Implanting fear, putting fear into that person.
Now you're in a profession that you hate.
Right.
You will never rise to any level of brilliance. You never will. You're not even interested in it.
No. I don't think a person can be healthy. I don't think a person can be a healthy person when they're not lined up with their divine purpose.
That is correct. My houseboy in Liberia, Victor. He dearly wanted to be a biologist. Look at how much biologists are needed in Africa. His uncle was sponsoring him And the uncle said, no, that's too risky. Biology?
Mm.
So he ended up taking business. He asked me, Doc, what should I do? And this is how I advised. Go ahead, take a business course at the bachelor's level
Mm-hmm.
and finish it. Get that degree. Once you once you get your degree on the bachelor's level, oh, that's my cat. Once you get that bachelor's, that BA degree, now you start thinking about, okay, now I can turn to my passion. Somewhere down the line, after that BA degree, then you can look forward to going to university majoring in biology.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, get that general education, even if it's a business degree. Okay? Because after that, you're on your own. You can do what you want, you can follow that passion. But now we are speaking about genius. And how do we develop it in our children?
Yes.
We find out what their passion is.
Mm-hmm.
And the secret of life is this. If you are that passionate about it, if you know in your heart and your mind that this is the path that you should be taking in life, whether you make a lot of money out of it or not, this is what you want to do. The passion and the dedication toward that does what? Raises you up.
Yeah. It feeds you and sustains you.
So that your genius begins to blossom.
Yeah.
People see something different in what you are doing. So you get that recognition. You get that money.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. We supposed to have that money. They done made so much money off of us.
Everyone needs money.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
But it's important to follow your passion.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's where your individual genius is.
Absolutely.
Some people will become more famous. So what? That
Right.
was for them.
Right.
You work out what's for you.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that you can be happy with what you do.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have a lot of money. I'm on Social Security. But I don't have to worry about money. And it's not just because of Social Security. I know how to write my own books and put them on Amazon and do all those things to bring money.
Yes.
So if your passion is in one thing, then have the wisdom to follow Booker T. Washington's advice, right? Learn a skill.
Mm-hmm.
So that you always have something to fall back on.
Hmm.
So I do grant writing and this and that. I have skills that can sustain me.
Mm-hmm.
So I can be generous when I'm writing grants for people. I'm very good at it because I'm a researcher and I'm a writer. So I know what the grantors are looking for, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there are some secrets in there. So when people in the community need help, I can be generous. Just give me a few dollars. Go after this money. Give me a few dollars, but here's your grant.
Mm-hmm.
And I show them how they can do a lot of the preliminary work themselves for the next time. So that if I am not around and they go to another grant writer who is, just for the cash, they know how to do a lot of the preliminary research on their own so that they can be charged a lower rate.
Yeah.
So that's the way I operate.
Mm-hmm.
But thank you for mentioning that particular experience, because we're talking about genius and how do we promote the genius in our children here. It's
Yeah.
not busting out. It ain't busting out the way it is busting out in Africa. And these are young people, even teenagers,
Hmm.
who don't have money. That does not stop them. They go to, dumps wherever they throw away electrical equipment and everything.
Yeah. Yeah, really.
And they just sit and take time, or stand and take time to sort through that mess
Mm-hmm.
and say, oh, I can use this. I can use this. I can use this. And they take it home and they begin to create these inventions that work. And I want to see how many governments will jump on to what this young man knows, jump on his inventions, sponsor him. Because here he is creating generators that run on water.
Yeah, that's amazing.
How many white folks is that? How many white folks are put out of business just on that alone?
Yeah.
And he doesn't have to stop with generators. Now that he has perfected this, he can start figuring out, well, what else? What other kind of device can I create? Can I invent that will run on water?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's another one creating, lighting with spark plugs
Mm-hmm.
and wire. And you have the, the thing that holds the bulb and he screws the bulb into it. I mean, this is free electricity.
Yeah.
If he can create something from that rudimentary level, right? Then he, in time, and he's only, 15, 20 years old.
Wow.
He has all the time in the world to figure out how to, we can electrify the whole house. In fact, he did it with his own house. Now he's electrifying the houses in his village. They don't have lights. He's providing them with lights.
Beautiful.
Oh, that's the one that used the stones. But both of them. Why are these African governments not pouncing on them, funding them?
Is it because they would lose money? Is that the bottom line of it?
I think the real reason is that they have taken money from white governments. And they have had to sign contracts saying that you take this money, but you will never be able to use this money to develop your country.
Mm-hmm.
That's why Africa is poor.
Mm-hmm.
Because these presidents have signed away everything to these European governments. That's all coming out now, right?
Mm.
And that's why you're having these coups right across the middle of Africa, and it's spreading. It's spreading. So they're throwing out these corrupt governments. Like in Niger, 1 out of every 3 light bulb in France is lit by uranium coming from Niger. But only 10 to 15% of the people in Niger have electricity. I mean, everyone on the African continent, if citizens were sharing in the wealth of the land, of the countries, they should all be wealthy. But not only have some of these presidents signed away the right to even develop their countries with electricity, fundamental stuff, water, electricity, down the line, right? They signed all that away. So the white countries have intentionally held back Africa, have created poverty. And what happens is when these leaders get aid money to come in, you know, they use the country as collateral. So they can always borrow money that has to be paid back at a very high interest. 10%, where European countries only pay 1%. That kind of stuff. That's why Africa is poor. Now, when the aid money comes in, what happens to it? They take it. It never reaches the people. So they become billionaires. But their people are starving. And they feel okay with it.
Yeah, that's weird. But yeah.
They feel okay with it.
Yeah.
I mean, why do you need 5 or 6 exotic cars?
Right.
Exotic ones.
It's like the same as our celebrities. Many of our celebrities.
Yes.
Same exact thing.
They own real estate all over the world. In the Canary Islands, in Europe, Paris and London, and in New York and other places. I mean, real estate with very high price tags. And it's money that they don't have a right to. It's the people's money. But when that money comes in the form of loans, it goes into their private accounts. So they take billions at one time, and multiply that now over a period of years. They have their private jets on top of the government transportation. So now these coups are sweeping through Africa, getting them out of office. And the coup leaders are now the ones that are developing Africa. One of them has even forfeited his salary. He said, just pay me what I was getting as an army captain. I've got to see that my people live better than they are living now.
Yeah.
And that gets the trust. And he has started all these major projects, a dam, certain highways, this, that, the other. So he is concentrating on development.
Beautiful.
And it's driving these white countries, nations, especially France and America. It's driving them insane. France, America, and Britain.
Good. Good.
They are crying bitter tears. And of course, they want to kill them now. Lance, are you still there? He probably stepped away. I'm going to be closing. It's always good to see your pretty face.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. My problem is I never can get off. Whenever I get on, I'm like, I can't leave. But yes, I look forward to the next one, Dr. Ade. I'll see you then.
So God bless you. Lance, Mr. Scurv. All right, I have to hang in here for a little bit because he stepped away. On Friday, I will be cutting another video to finish up what I started last Friday. And that will be on who came first, the male or the female. So I'm going to be finishing up on that one. And by the way, I can't think of the brother's name right now, but he cut a video on Lance's platform dealing with the matriarchy and the feminine aspect of God and spirit and all that. Man, I was blown away. That brother has been doing some real research. I was blown away. I mean, he covered every aspect you can think of. He handled the linguistics and the this and the that. I'm so proud of him. He is doing a wonderful job. And when it comes to the understanding of Mother God, Mother Creator, I've gone into some of the reasons how and why that happened. But that brother, he just lays it out. He lays it out. He does an excellent job talking about, in my terms, right? These northern cultures are based on physical strength, violence, brutality. And for some reason, they don't appreciate women. They never have. When you go into the history of Rome and Italy in particular, Rome, around the 5th century or so, it is very evident that they don't like women. They had a belief system such that if a man was in love with his wife, they considered that as being something abnormal. Can you believe that? You may as well, because that's the way it was. So all the statuary and everything, like that one of David, for example, it's always men and the beautiful form of men in all their musculature and everything. That's an indication of the patrix, the patriarchy. And it's 180 degrees away from matriarchy. Even today, if you tune into some of the YouTube channels where the traditional priests are having discussions like this, every one of them talk about Mother God. So that's on the cosmic level, right? And then they bring it down to saying, in Africa, their first God was their mother because of this, 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 and this. So if you go to that YouTube video that I cut, how long ago? Maybe a month ago, 2 months ago. The title is, In the Beginning Was She. In that video, I explain how modern science agrees with ancient African spirituality in terms of the universe. Both are in agreement that the universe is feminine and it is black. It's no secret that the universe is black, totally black. And when you really think about it, the universe is feminine in nature. How can you say that? You can say that because the universe as an entity, a living entity, the universe gives birth. The universe continues to give birth to stars, planets, galaxies, different galaxies with their own planets and stars within each galaxy. We just happen to be in the Milky Way galaxy, and we can't get out of this galaxy. Whoever is a part of each galaxy, you're in that galaxy. And to my knowledge, no one can get out of the other ones either. I'm not sure about the others. But in the Milky Way galaxy, where we are, we have not evolved to that level spiritually, where we know how to get out of it and travel to other galaxies. Now, some of Einstein's theory, one of his theories, deals with that. I think it's called the theory of bent space, the theory of bent something or other. It's been a while since I talked about it. But the theory says that if you get in a spaceship and you head out of space off the Earth, you will reach one point where your spaceship, this camera drives me crazy. I don't know if I can do it. I can't.
No, you're good. You're good.
You reach a point I'm still wrong. You leave
No.
the Earth in your spaceship and you go to a point where your spaceship will bend. The trajectory will bend and circle back around. So we are locked into this Milky Way galaxy. Now, maybe someone like Brother, what is his name? Why am I dropping the, all right, I need some sleep. That's what the doctor told me. Because I'm sleep deprived.
Well, think of it this way: you'll be more effective in your work.
Old. Brother Frazier. I was worried. I thought maybe I was, going into Alzheimer's or something. He said, ain't nothing wrong with you. Get some sleep. Brother Frazier, right? He can probably run this down because that's more in his line than mine, right? But yes, we can't get out of this galaxy. Now, on other galaxies, I'm not sure, because there are other galaxies that are more advanced than we are. So they can probably go in and out and up and down at will, but we cannot. And it's probably a good thing if you consider who is in control of Earth right now. The universe does not want these little folks going anywhere else. They need to be stuck right here long enough for the universe to wipe most of them out so they can do no more harm, because they've practically killed the Earth. Now they want to go to these other planets and everything to wage war. This is all they think about. Well, those things are other discussions for another day. I was waiting for you to get back, Lance.
Yeah, stepped away.
Sign off. Yeah. So how long have we been on? About 4 hours. Yes.
Yeah, 4.
Yeah, it's a little after 7 here. So it must be a little after, what, 10 in Ghana?
Right now it's 11:18.
So you're 4 hours ahead.
Oh yeah, 4 hours ahead of the East Coast time.
Yes, not 3.
No.
You're 4 hours ahead. Okay. All right, Lance, I'm going to clock off.
Okay, thank you once again. I'm looking forward to Friday.
Yes.
Everything's smooth, and beautiful exchange between yourself, Sister Keto, and Sister Gifty. I like to see that, and the intelligence, and the ascension, and that those conversations that we just can't get enough of, quality conversations, and it's what I love, and it's what I want to focus on. I mean, I have my little shows. I cut a few words here and there and try to make you laugh, but right now at this point, it's all serious because of where we find ourselves on the timeline of history, and we should know what has to be done if we look at history and look back and to see other races of people and what has happened to them with this same enemy, and how with the technology and with so much going on, there are things that I'm seeing online that just really, I'm going to say it this way, that just really piss me off, that I have to talk about. I'm so amped that I feel like going live right now on another one, but I'll save it for tomorrow morning, just to preserve myself for the long haul, because like I like to say, I don't want to burn out. And I want to, even if you lose a particular battle, we still have to keep our eyes on winning the war. You see, it's like a boxing match. You might lose 1 or 2 rounds, but over 12 rounds, you win 10 of them, you won the fight and nobody questions you. So we have to, press in the short term and look at the long term. And the long term, to continue the body of work that we all do, and let it merge and meld and let one carry the other and help the other, and we help each other. And that's what we have to do. And that has to be an everyday thing. We don't get up and say, oh, I went to the restroom and forgot to brush my teeth, or I went to the restroom and forgot to use the paper. We don't do those things. So we have to make sure to press, even if we don't always have 100% energy. If we have 60%, use 100% of that 60% of the energy that you had compared to the day before. So it's a fight, but it's a sweet fight, because we know if we do the things we have to do, that we're going to be the winner at the end of the day. Whether we are here or not, we know right now we're going to be the winner, because and I know. It doesn't matter. Yeah, of course. For us to be doing what we do, we are the winner, no matter what. And nobody's going to stop that. And so when you have that mentality, you're unstoppable, because you're connected to something to much higher than what people can see with the naked eye.
Today, well, it was actually yesterday, when I started seeing all these geniuses creating all these new inventions. But especially what really touched me was to see these 14 and 15-year-olds who had never been able to go to school. And they're creating airplanes. They're creating brand new inventions that are good for the world. A generator? Don't you need a generator that will run on water?
I would love to have one.
I know you have a generator. Don't you have a generator?
Yeah, but I mean, I would love to have one that runs on water. Like even here, to be off the grid and self-sufficient.
Yes.
We have water tanks and we
it's
collect
good for the environment.
Yeah. But I'm saying we're trying to do everything off the grid and grow the food, collect the water, and just not have those bills that are forced on people where they can adjust the prices.
Exactly.
And if you're on a limited income, which really all of us are, if you say that, because with the diminishing power of the so-called dollar, it's being shrunken down. You see, so like I said before, and I'm not going to take too long to say it, the power of the dollar today is nothing what it was before. And really, we don't see it, but we now have to work twice as hard, and everybody have to work harder for the same thing and don't realize. And the focus now is put on cash. We should be focused on other things, tangible things, real things. Because just like the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, there's going to come a time when cash is going to be in the street, all flying all over the place, and you won't even bend down to pick it up because it'll have no value.
And we're almost there.
Yeah, we're right there. It could be weeks, months, maybe a year. But when you look at the digital currency and what they're doing with that, do you know what that's going to do to us?
Yes.
I mean, I know you know, but I'm just going to say a few things off the top of my head. The bottom line is that with the digital currency, where it has to be something that they see and that they control, because it has to go through their system, there will be no more hustles. There will be no more cutting somebody's lawn for a couple dollars. There will be no more going to the guy to get your brakes done and you hand him some cash and he doesn't have a job and you just take care of him that way. There will be no more susus, as they say, because it's going to be all digital that they control. And also what they're doing, they already have it into play already all over the world. I don't have the documentation on me now, but every country, every major country is making it where if you say something that they deem to be hateful or controversial or something they don't want you to say, they're going to control your money, your digital money. And say, for example, let's just say a figure. Let's just say, round it off, you get $1,000 a week and you piss off the powers that be. They may only allow you $150 to spend that week. You see where this is going?
This is how they have been controlling the world with their sanctions.
Exactly.
These,
Exactly.
These other countries have their money in the Federal Reserve or whatever, right? So their money is being controlled. So now, if you say something that they don't like, you're sanctioned.
Exactly.
Uganda has refused to take, what is it, like 60 million or $1 billion, just if you sign the contract accepting the rainbow thing to come in.
Yeah, exactly. They're
And in
forcing that.
Uganda, the people forced the president to actually form a law. Now, see, if they had left them alone, everything would have been cool.
Right.
But the Ugandan people said, you ain't forcing that mess down our throats. And if the president had signed such a thing, which he didn't want to do, and he told them, no, you're not going to bring that here. But they've sanctioned him.
That's the push over here on this side of the world. They're pushing that so hard. They're doing it in subtle little ways. They're doing it here in Ghana. And as a matter of fact, it's already here. It's already here. You have enough people who are citizens of Ghana, and I'm watching it. They are here and they are doing the damn thing. They have a village here where it's nothing but them. They may be ostracized or isolated, but in the everyday world, put it this way. When I go down to the populated areas of Accra, which where I am is not populated as heavy. I'm in the mountains right now. But when I used to live in Accra, and when I would go down to the mall, when I would go down to Spintex Road, when I would go down to the busy areas that pretty much look like any other bigger city, you see the eyes of these men who are Ghanaian who are checking me out, who are giving little signs because you see, they think I'm a tourist. So there's a lot of hustle going on here. I'm going to drop a name, especially at Labadi Beach. It's funny how they call it Labadi Beach, but that's what it is. And some guys call it Labati Beach, right? Like Batiman, right? So the bottom line is that over there's a lot of people who are suffering financially, a lot of men. But then again, because this is a heavy religious region of the world, they have to be low key. The women who want to make money, because there's not a lot of money going around for the common folk. I spoke to somebody the other day, and I don't know how true it is, but it's got to be a lie. I won't even repeat it. I have to research it. And he told me that a lot of these businesses are only paying but so much money a day for them to come in. I'm like, wait a second, you might as well stay home. That's not enough money for fare or to get something to eat. I got to research that. I'm going to go undercover and talk to some people here and see what that is. But there's a desperation for money. And the perception is that when you're a foreigner who comes from out of the country, why would you want to come here? In their mind, in their perspective, this is not everybody, but the common folk, why would you want to come here to live here and suffer? So they figure, well, you're coming with a lot of money. You built this house. You have all this money. No, it's not. I'm a middle-class working dude. I don't have much. The bottom line is that I came here to make it easier. I like the climate. I do like the culture. It is an African thing, but there are a lot of benefits for me to come here, right? So they don't see that. They see, oh, yeah, you're not working. And you have enthusiasm because, you know, I'm always trying to get home to do my shows and create my stuff and do different things and start different businesses. So they take enthusiasm as having money because there's a lot of people here who are just hopeless. I'm not saying they're hopeless, but their mentality is hopeless because it's like, okay, I can sell a little bit of this, I can do a little bit of that, but there ain't much going on. And, you know, look at you now with this enthusiasm. So that means you have money. And it's not the case. So perception is everything. But there's a lot of rainbow stuff going on over here, undercover big time. There's a lot of prostitution going over here, big time, where they don't even look at it that way. It's like, I'm just trying to make a little money. I got a nice body. You want to touch on me? You want to do what you want to do? You're going to pay me. And they will do it under the guise. Now, I'm going to tell you the real deal. I'm not going to be lewd now. But a lot of the young ladies that are even underage, their mothers do not tell them to go out there and do that. but the mothers are not going to ask them where they got the money when they bring it home. You understand? So they'll come out of the church. They'll come out of a house of worship, and their eyes are peeled because they may not treat their own Ghanaian brothers and sisters here that way. I'm a brother and sister, so I've been ripped away and brought to another land. But because they think that you won't be here but for 2 weeks, I can kind of suggest a couple of things and it won't ruin my reputation for those who live here around me. And I get a lot of that. The 12-year-old girls, the 13-year-old girls, the 14-year-old girls, it's a shame and it's sickening. The proposition's on a low with the eye, starts with the eye contact. One day I'm going to keep my camera, the small camera in my bag, and roll with it, and keep a recording device and roll with it and let you hear how some people approach me. It never happens that way when Mrs. Scurv is by my side. But when I go out to town on my own for the whole day and shop and explore and talk to people, it's a whole different situation. It's really crazy. And it's not just here, but the whole world is going to turn into that place once this thing is implemented.
They're going to be sorry. They are going to be sorry. And I can foresee a lot of violence starting because they're going to become relaxed once they think, yes, we are in now. They're going to become bolder. And see, in Africa, a lot of this stuff is considered an abomination. And when you engage in abomination, you can even put generational curses on your family when you're dealing with abominations.
Yes.
So see, in these Caucasian cultures, nothing is an abomination. Whatever you want to do, let it roll. Think about it. They don't see anything as being abominable. How can you be a human being and not have some very clear-cut cases of or things that you consider being an abomination, things that real human beings don't do? Everything is up for grabs with these little fellas.
Anything goes.
And we're talking about homosexuality. Can you say that? Did I just break a rule?
No, you can say it.
We have to be careful.
Maybe not for long, but you can say it.
Yeah, with this rainbow stuff, right?
Exactly.
When you think of America, consider the fact that on these white farms, you have these men with wives and children who will leave the house, go out to the barn, and have sexual acts with animals.
Yeah, yeah. It's more common than you think.
It's very common.
It's just coming out now more.
They've been doing that forever.
Yeah.
Yep. There is nothing that they consider an abomination.
So what kind of soul ties are you getting with an animal? And you wonder why they act that way. They eat animals on the dinner table, on the plate, and in the barn. That's all I'll say.
If you surf through some of these YouTube videos, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or especially TikTok, you might be looking for something, or you're just amusing yourself, so you're flipping through. And you come you come across these disturbing photos. One of them that I came across was a man hugged up with a pig. I hurried to change it, but how do you unsee something like that? You can't. Just mentioning it, and I'm seeing it again. It's disturbing. Very disturbing. And when I say he was hugged up, man, it was intimate.
Yeah.
And he had a smile on his face, and his eyes were closed like he was, oh, this is it.
No. They were laid up like two lovers basking in the afterglow of their mutual orgasms.
Exactly. Exact.
You know, when you see these dogs, they get so territorial over the white women that take care of them. What are those white women doing with those dogs that have
Yes.
them emotionally attached like that? There was an old girlfriend that I had that we were hanging out in the backyard, bunch of us, and we walked up the side of the house. The houses were so close together. There was a mature woman who was living there, and we heard a dog grunting and groaning, not in the usual way. So I had to be about 18 years old that time, and we went over the window and peeked, which was a violation, but there was no gate between, and we saw what we saw. We saw what we saw. I had a joke about that afterward, though. I won't say it here. No, this is what I said. I said the dog said, "Whoo, this is better than doggy stuff because there's no tail in the way." Sick, but that's what it was. And this was regular with this lady. We found that out that day.
I had an office job many decades ago. I can't even say years anymore. Decades ago. And this chick used to talk about the relationship between her and her dog. And she would laugh about how her husband was afraid to even raise his voice in that house. That dog would eat him alive. And she thought it was a laughing matter. What kind
Give
of...
me a second. I'm sorry. Give me 90 seconds to return. I just want to check my front door.
Okay.
But continue talking.
Well, I have always asked, what kind of people are these? And of course, the more I learn about them, studied about them over the decades, they might be people, but I don't see much humanity in them. As a young woman, I was dating this guy. We had had maybe 2 or 3 dates. And this one evening, he wanted to take me to this party out in the white neighborhood. So I was a little skeptical.
Yeah, I'm back.
And I guess he thought by telling me what was going on that I would really want to go. But he had to end up taking me. I think he had to take me home. I know I didn't go. I didn't go. You know, I had a movie, restaurant, something else in mind. he began to tell me what would go on from the time you get to the door. And he said, they'll now look, they're going to be doing a lot of stuff. What kind of stuff? Well, you know, these are white folks and dogs and some snakes. I'm horrified by that.
I thought snakes were mandatory.
And that, you know, they're going to be smoking a little bit. I told them, hell no. Not only no, hell no. What are you trying to get me into? And by the way, he said you have to take off you have to strip naked at the door. Oh, hell no. For what? He never got another date. This is the kind of crap you're into. What? And what kind of diseases can you pick up? You know, please. Isn't that how their syphilis got started? Them and some sheep and whatnot. And you know it's true because these white folks tell it all. In my lifetime, I have seen 2 comedians make a joke about white men and sheep. The one I remember, the joke that I remember, is this comedian from Australia. And he cracked this joke in the form of a question. The question was, why is it best to shag a sheep at the edge of a cliff? You know what shag means, right?
Mm-hmm.
F word.
Mm-hmm.
Shag a sheep at the edge of a cliff. And he gave us the answer. When he pushes forward, the sheep will automatically push back.
Oh my God, that's crazy. that's how they think. That's the kind of jokes they say. Yeah.
And the audience went, what? Oh, that was fun to them. White audience.
But you know why, right? Because they're down with that kind of stuff. They are stuff
down with it.
You don't laugh at something that you don't know about, right? You know, the whole psychology behind comedy and comedians is that when they tell a joke, what makes you laugh is the fact that you go within your mental files of experiences that you had and you say, oh my God, he's right. But he's just saying something that I wouldn't say. So how many in that audience have that experience, whether it's on a cliff or not, of pushing on a sheep? We're not talking pushing them with their hands and they push back. So when you laugh, that's agreement. When you laugh.
Yes. They made a movie. What's this actor's name? I think he's still alive. His last name is Weil. He made several movies. Gene, his last name is Wild. W-I-L-D-E. He made a movie. His name will come to me. The movie was done in several vignettes. So they would go from one vignette to another vignette to another one. I think they had 3 or 4 vignettes that made up this one movie. Okay. Hollywood. It was in all the theaters. It made money. Gene Wilder? The guy with kinky looking hair and whatnot. Anyway, In this one vignette, he is like a Middle Eastern man who is in love with his sheep. And he took his sheep to a nice hotel, and there is the fireplace with the fire going. And he presents his sheep, he presents her with, a nice necklace. It looked like a diamond necklace or whatever. And the romantic movie is going to show he is really in love with his sheep. At the end of the movie, something happened to the sheep. The movie ends with him being like a drunkard who has done an overdose of something. He is found in an alley, lying down in an alley in a slouch position, drinking Woolite. But that movie made a lot of money. They do it for common. And see, I learned somewhere along the way about this law. It's an actual law that was started in the southern states. There is law against a single man, a man, being in a car or a truck with a sheep. There's a real law against it. So it became so common and created so many problems that they had to create a law saying a man cannot be in a vehicle of any kind alone with a sheep. That's how common it is. So they had to make a law prohibiting it. But as long as they're on the farm, her behind is up for grabs. Okay. So when I talk about their situation, who they are, and I ask the question, are these real human beings? I'm not joking. I am being dead serious. Because according to the African cultural vernacular, they cannot be called real human beings. They act like beasts. And actually, they call it bestiality.
Yep.
There are statistics that you can find if you just scratch around, not dig, just scratch around a little bit. Just get to know some of them. So there are statistics, there are data showing how these white men have wives in the house, and they will leave the house, go out to the barn, these men and their sons, to connect with a calf. You know, a calf that is still nursing its mother. So they go to the calf and say, here's something. They unzip, here's something for you. So they get off with calves. They get off with horses.
Till they get bit off.
What is this empress's name? Catherine. One of the Russian empresses. She died because her horse fell on her. This chick had her favorite horse, and they tell me that there are paintings of this thing where she is lying in bed and the horse is hoisted up. I don't want to see it. She had a crane.
I'm sorry. They go to great lengths. A crane. This is so premeditated with this sickness. Hey, let's get a crane later on. Yeah, well, how much does it rent? Well, we'll find out the price.
I think it was Catherine the Great.
And the crane operator, he had to be down with it.
She had someone to fix a crane over her bed because you know the size of a horse's member, right?
A baseball bat.
Can almost touch the ground. And it would rupture something.
It rupture everything. It'll come out through her throat.
One of her servants had to pull the rope to hoist up the horse and then lower it. And I guess she was saying, yeah, lower it a little bit more. Okay, stop right there.
Once that horse start feeling something, you're going to be shish kebab.
And she would do her thing and then have them hoist the rope again to get the horse off her and out of her. This is sick. And one day or one night, the damn crane broke.
Oh my God.
Either the crane or the rope, something broke.
The horse is up.
And that's how she died. The horse fell on her. And she couldn't recover from the injuries. What kind of injuries? I don't want to know.
We'll put it this way. She came and she left.
You are bad. You are so bad. You're worse than I am.
She got that far. They always like to push the limits. Always want to bungee jump and jump out of planes and have horses on them, risk death, and when they die, oh, feel sorry for them. You crazy for doing this stuff. What kind of funeral did they have? What kind of pastor sat up and spoke about the cause of death? What could you say about a person good when they go out like that? There's more whispering going on at that funeral than anything else. Well, she was a community person who really loved animals, and she'd do anything. She'd die for an animal. She'd die for a horse. She was so gentle. Yeah, but that crane wasn't strong enough.
It was probably just worn out. Either the screws came loose or the rope broke.
Yeah, but the horse being held up and bucking and, you know.
Stop.
You know, they start feeling pleasure. They start, you know, them dogs, and when they dismount and they're humping air. Them thrusts are strong. A horse kick. You're gonna get up under there, a horse kick and a horse hump. How could you subject yourself to that? That is so masochistic. You have something like that coming at you. I know women have children and things can stretch, but there's no room for that. There's no time for that.
I don't want to go into it any further.
I've seen all the movies. I see. I already saw. It's crazy. And who would want to be, okay, let's just be serious about it, which is hard to be, right? Because I'm a joke on that all the time. But to be, what kind of spiritual retardation or spiritual, how could I put it? Dirt, sickness, virus. What kind? Who is going to be with a woman like that? That gets off on that? That even in her mind wants to do something like that? How do you wash off enough for a man to say, okay, I'm going to be intimate with you? I mean, it's bad enough if a chick is with every Tom, Dick, and Harry in a short period of time. But yeah, you know, how was it at the barn, honey? Well, the horse, he was pretty good, but I miss you so much. Let's spend some intimate time together. You can't shower off enough because all I'm thinking is about is a horse. You and a horse? I don't want them horse cooties on me. I don't want that spiritual warp, wicked thing on me.
My question is, did they take douches? No, they didn't take douches in those days.
But why would you, if you're a woman like that and you laying with a horse or plan on laying with a horse, you going to the barn, you ain't caring about that. Well, I must be clean because I don't want the horse to think I'm a dirty woman. You were messing with a horse.
No, this crane was fixed up over her bed.
Yeah, but this is not a romantic
in her bed, in the royal bedroom.
Right, but this is nothing that you play slow jams to. This was totally animalistic.
I don't think it's possible just in a barn or something like that.
Well, all I'm saying is that it's not a thing that you light candles and play soft music and have a nice dinner. You know,
that's for the sheep.
Let him get the horse feed, and he's sitting there and you're looking at each other's eyes and you smile at the horse and
stop. Can we stop this conversation?
That's a spiritual wickedness. When you do stuff like this, you desire to do more to top the time before. No, seriously, with people who are decadent that way, they start thinking stuff up. White folks start thinking stuff up.
How?
You know?
How about the disease factor?
Right. Physical and spiritual.
That's what made me think about douching. Because those people would they never wash their hands.
Right. Much less anything else. Yeah, Jagain, a raven.
Never wash their hands.
Eating juniper roots and eating flesh raw. Yeah.
This is why the doctors during the 17th, 18th century and whatnot, up to the 19th century, they killed so many women during childbirth because these men never wash their hands. Now you consider he probably has a farm.
Mm-hmm.
He rode a horse to get there.
Keep talking. Let me check the stove. I'll be right back. Keep talking. No, you can continue talking because the room is full. People are listening to you. I'm just going to check the stove.
People are still in the chat. Can you hear me?
We got 59 people watching in a full chat room. It never stops.
Lord, and we're on this subject. Lord have mercy. But yes, they kill it. It was common for white women to die from childbirth because these men never washed their hands. Okay. Wasn't it Louis Pasteur, I think, that started them washing their hands? And look, that's taking me too far back. I've got too much else clouding my head. And they laughed at him. They laughed him out of the medical academy because he was telling them, you need to wash your hands. You are killing these women. Now you imagine this guy has gone, the doctor has gone all day long. He has used the bathroom front and back. When he was called to go and deliver the woman's baby, he had to ride a horse. So he went into the barn. He handled the dirty saddle. He patted down the horse, handled the dirty blanket underneath the saddle, handled the reins that he had been using for years, got to the home where the woman was giving birth, and he proceeded to put his filthy hands that probably have feces on them if he used the toilet that day or the day before, because they never washed their hands. Period. They never saw a reason to wash their hands. So now his filthy hands are up inside the stomach cavity of a woman giving birth. And it's a live birth, but guess what? Infection set in inside her stomach, and she dies from infection, sepsis. And that was common. And along comes this one who says, our hands are filthy. We need to wash our hands before touching these women. He was laughed out of the medical academy. Imagine that. I was researching one thing yesterday and ran across a saying that was by Queen Elizabeth, who made a statement that she was the cleanest woman in London, or maybe in Britain. She was the cleanest woman. She made that claim because she washed her hands once a month. That leads me to another thing. Now, we've gone far afield from talking about genius, African genius, but we're still on. How about all those soldiers during World War II that were stationed in France that got married to these French women? The stories came out. And that was when I was just a girl. The stories came out about how French women never bathed. They didn't believe in bathing. They just never bathed. Some of these Black men that married them, these men would have to lock these women in the bathroom and force them to wash their funky behinds. And by the way, it has come into vogue again here in America. They're on YouTube and TikTok bragging about the fact that they've stopped bathing. Is that something to brag about? What's the point? There's no point in all this bathing. Anyone who has lived with a white woman in a dorm, a college or university dorm, we know they don't bathe. And the funny thing is, they will wake up in the morning, take off those funky drawers, smell them. I guess they were smelling to see how bad is it. Put them back on.
Mm-hmm.
They will brush their teeth. They will do that hair thing, and they are off to the races. And now there are stories on YouTube. If I were a Black man, I would be mortified. A prominent boxer, Black boxer, married to one of them for years. And she's talking about how she only bathes when she feels icky. What the hell? Icky? What is that?
I know.
When stuff has built up on you just from your own discharge plus his sperm, and it gets sticky, and no matter the stink.
Right. They don't smell that.
No. She bathes when she feels icky. And there they are, hugged up together. Stinking.
A bacteria grab bag.
It's no wonder they're full of disease. Whew. We have gone far away from talking about Black genius. How did we get here?
Well, the bottom line is, to know what a genius is, you have to speak about what a genius is not. And if you don't wash, you're not a genius. Yet they talk about it so bad, and we're inventing things out of nothing. We can go in a junkyard and make helicopters.
What is this, the after show? Like the after party?
The after party,
The
right?
after show. Oh, man. I just don't see what our people see in them.
Right.
Because there's nothing to them. And as I was explaining to the two young ladies, I intentionally go out of my way doing things that are African. I dress African every day, wherever I am. Even if I'm just in the house, I have on a lovely caftan and a head tie just to go down and check my mail. I go shopping in African attire. And I think that's one reason why nobody in Walmart ever messes with me. I hate Walmart. There's too much foolishness. I don't understand how people can just leave home with the intention of going into a store to make trouble with Black folks, or to just make trouble, period. They leave home wanting a fight. And these Karens have taught us that the women are as bad as the men, if not worse, because these women are out for blood. They will make up a lie, knowing what the police will do. They're going to come in shooting. This country is going to hell. In fact, it's already in hell. This country right here. And yet we have people, small groups of people, trying to get us to come together in some kind of solidarity, some sense of unity. And it's almost impossible. So much so that I have told the people in one of the groups, it's going to take a catastrophe. But by then it's late. We are so split. And this thing with Israel has split us even farther because we're tied up in all three groups. Emotionally, spiritually, in religion. Now we've got to pick up a Bible and go page by page and find something about ourselves in there. And half of what you will find is a lie. Something about Black people being cursed and turned black. And well, if that is true, when God cursed Moses and he put his hand inside his shirt or whatever and pulled it out, his hand was white. That was the curse. Not white turning black. But common sense is not common. They are all tied up. I say they because I am not. And one of the first things one of them will want to ask one of us is, aren't you a Christian? Aren't you a Christian? If you are a Christian and you read your Bible, there should be no question about the righteousness, I'm paraphrasing, the righteousness of Israel doing what it is doing. Wipe them out. Wipe out those Palestinians. Aren't you a Christian? And most folks are going to say, well, yes. And they will follow it with a but. Yes, but. No, no, no. Because this J person has already figured out how he or she is going to trap you in your own whitewashing. What do you mean, but? And they're going to take you into the Bible and take you, into ancient times and this, that, and the other, and read scriptures to you. So this is Israel. And God, aren't we? And see, I'm saying this because I was watching a conversation like this on YouTube with this African YouTube creator, content creator. And I clicked it off because it was giving me stomach pains. See, the J person was not talking to the right person. Should have been talking to me. Someone like me. Yeah. But this young African man, he was hesitant about going into it. He was trying not to hurt anybody's feelings. I don't give a shit about hurting their feelings. You don't care about hurting mine. So it's a mutual thing. Let's get it on. We're in bad shape. From the Hebrew Israelites to the Christians to the Muslims. Right? The Hebrew Israelites. No, I mean the J people. That's what I'm trying to say. It was the Arabs, the Muslim Arabs, that got the white folks into the slave trade. They had been doing it for at least 100 years. We haven't even talked about that form of slavery. They wanted to empty Africa of us so that they could take over. And around the 7th century, that's what they did. And they converted Africans into Muslims at the edge of a knife. You either become Muslim and worship Allah, or you die right now. What would you do? And that's how all those kingdoms of West Africa, every one of them fell because the kings adopted Islam. Every one of them let a handful of Arabs in. The next thing they knew, more had come. Now they're in a minority, but all of a sudden, they are lobbying to change the school system, to change what is taught in education. So they slowly brought in Islam. Whose fault was it? The African kings. That's what broke every one of them down. And not one of them ever learned the lesson not to do it. Why did they go along with it? For greed. If you read the history, at that time, you had these Muslim criminals all along the trade routes. And they would just be waiting for these African caravans to come through so that they could jump them, rob them, kill them, whatever. So the African kings formed this brotherhood with the Arabic Muslims so that the Arabic Muslims would not attack their caravans. That's how it all got started. And one after the other. By the time it happened one time, the second one should have noticed exactly what happened, so that he should have known not to fall into that trap. Take your army along with you when your people go to trade. They didn't do that. They thought it was better to just form an alliance with them. And once they formed an alliance with them, they welcomed them in. And we are still struggling today for hundreds of years. Just for that. And you know what? I'm making this prediction. The universe is taking them out. The universe is cleaning the earth of their presence, just taking them out. And the white scientists have predicted that by 2050, that's 1.5 generations, not even 2, their numbers are going to be very small. So small that they can no longer be in power. Okay. So now their numbers have dwindled down to nothing. And since Africa already has started making them pay for all the minerals and everything that they've been stealing, taking out. Can you imagine? For almost 50 years, France has been paying 80 cents for uranium per kilogram, whatever the measurement is, when the rest of the world is getting $200. Compare that with 80 cents. So the coup in Niger has turned that right side up and said, if you want uranium from now on, you'll pay the market price. And Macron is having a hissy fit. Such a hissy fit that he may as well be one of the rainbow people. He is throwing a real hissy fit because one country in the Sahel after the other has thrown him out. And France is predicted within a very short period of time. It is predicted that France will become a third world country. And the rest of Europe is going to be the same. If it were not for Africa that they've been stealing from. I mean, these little fellas, they even stole people. Wow. So here we are, all tied up in white folks stuff. And when I say white folks, I mean it's everybody who is not African. Making wars that have nothing to do with us. But they use us to put on their front lines, to die for them. To die for them, and privileges for them that when we get through fighting and dying, go back home or get shipped back home in a body bag, we're in the same situation, or maybe worse. So my prediction is that by 2050, they are going to be in such bad shape, they are going to be begging as a whole group. They have predicted this. That's what they are fighting against. They're fighting for real survival. They're going to be beggars. They're going to be in the same shape that we are in now, or worse. Possibly worse. We don't know. And my fear is that some of us are going to be so loving, so kind, so humane, that we're going to lift them up and help them. And those same ones that we help will be the very ones to kill us again. I know it's going to be attempted. This humaneness that we have has always been our downfall. We've got to switch up, folks. We've got to do something different. We've got to change, or else it's going to be repeated again around 2050. Always feeling sorry for someone. In fact, the someone that we're always feeling sorry for are our enemies. And we feel more sorry for them than we feel about our damn selves. I don't know about anybody else, but if I were a married woman and my husband tried it, he wouldn't be able to live with me again. He would not. That house would be divided. And it's my prayer. Frankly, it is my prayer that Almighty God never puts me in that position. Why? Because I'm a human being. I don't want to see anyone suffer. But the time has come when I've got to be smart. For my future generations, I have to be smart. I cannot allow that situation. I can't be a part of that situation where we bring it back again out of our stupidity. And once again, our children for 1,000 years have to live through this hell because of what? Because we felt sorry for them. That's how we got into this problem. Look at what they did with the Native Americans, who saved their lives. So that now we have Thanksgiving. What the hell are we giving Thanksgiving or giving thanks for? Huh? To commemorate their saving your sorry lives? Saving you so that you were able to kill them. Had they let your sorry behinds die, we wouldn't be in all this trouble. It's the same in Africa. Let them die. And I personally know what it is like to have to harden my heart as a human being to save the lives of my future generations. We're in a big test now. Lance, you're always talking about how life is a schoolroom. You don't put it in those terms. It's a placeholder. It's a grade. How did you put it?
Well, it's a series of challenges that you're supposed to surmount that will leave you better off. And as you go on through life, even more so, the challenges are going to get deeper. And you face something that you faced before, it won't make you flinch as much because you've been through it before. But you don't take the physical material things with you, but you take the experience of surmounting the challenges.
Yes.
Like I say problems. Problems is a word that has too much weight and makes you want to sit down somewhere and give up. I have challenges because I'm a champion and I'm made to surmount anything put in front of me. Even when I don't know the answer right away, I know there's an answer because every challenge has a solution. It's up to us to figure it out. And as we sharpen our blade through life and make it sharper, it's like a hot knife cutting through butter. A hot knife cutting through butter. And when you have a challenge, it's an opportunity to grow. So I'm going to keep on growing. I'm going to not walk away from any challenge.
With every challenge.
Exactly.
It makes you sharper. It gives you more power.
Yes, it does.
But you put it in a classroom scenario, something about holding some kind of place. I simply say that life is like a schoolroom, a classroom, a school, where we have to pass these challenges to get to the next level.
But remember, so many people are fast asleep in the classroom. So they can say they went to school, but they didn't come out with nothing. Just like people who feel guilty for eating bad food over the holiday season and join a gym and they go to the gym with the fancy outfits on, standing around talking and got nothing done. And then after 6 weeks, they quit. You see what I mean? You got to have this stick-to-itiveness. I look for challenges. I'm a predator for challenges. I smash challenges. I want challenges. You see what I mean? I have a comfort zone I can retreat to, but I don't want to get too comfortable in the comfort zone. I always want to keep a foot or two out of the comfort zone. You see what I mean? That's my secret. That's how I go. You know what I mean? So as it comes, I'm looking for you. If I'm in the house and they're trying to burglarize my house, I'm inside waiting for something for them. So they're not going to surprise me. I'm going to surprise them. Matter of fact, I'll open the door and let them come on in. They might leave beheaded.
Some people believe because of these Abrahamic religions, they have been taught about death. And for African people, now I don't know about those other fellas, but African people never die. We transition. We continue. We're here, we're born into life. We start walking that destiny path. We do whatever we can to fulfill that destiny. And then at the end of it, we transition. We don't die. We just go to another place. We leave a spirit from the heavenly realm. We're born on earth into the physical world. We start our journey along that destiny path from life to transition. And like you said, Lance, they believe that we take nothing with us when we transition. Or I guess if they die, I guess they do take nothing with them. But if we are African, we transition. And when we transition, we take several things with us. The level of our intellect that we have developed during that lifetime, we take that with us. We will never come back if we are righteous. We come back with all of that intellect. And that will be our starting position when we return. We transition carrying our intellect, our love, our skills. We take those things with us. And this is how geniuses are born. They've been traveling back and forth many times. So these teenagers have come back. They are returnees. And they have come back with this technical knowledge from before. How many times have they come back? Who knows? Who knows? But they come back. So these geniuses are born. And on the American continent, we have such returnees who are facing tremendous challenges because they were born into families and a national situation that is not allowing their genius to blossom. Everything suppresses them. Some of them slip through the cracks so that their genius blossoms anyway. How many times have they been here? facing so many challenges. But we need to think about this. Those of you who have small children, those who are getting ready to give birth to small children, I've been teaching this for decades. Start teaching your children their Africanity from birth until age 6. If you teach them their Africanity, teach them how valuable they are. By the time they get to be 7 years old, no one can change that. That knowledge will be in them forever. Because you got to your children first. And you gave them the antidote before the poison had a chance to be fed to them. But people aren't doing it. Instead, we have too many people who are just whining and crying about how victimized we are, about how what has been done to us. And that's their constant conversation. It never turns around. So the parents are feeding the enemy all their energy. All your energy is going to them. And then we wonder why they're still on top. Me, I marvel at the fact that we're coming from under the spell. But we are at that time. We're in those times. People are coming from under the spell. And there is a critical mass. See, it doesn't have to be everyone. We only need a critical mass of people who have awakened. And here we are right now in the 5th dimension, which is very spiritual. And you need very high vibrations just to exist. So that's why so many people are dying. So many people are being taken off the earth because we are now in the 5th dimension. The entire universe has sped up. The earth has sped up. The atmosphere has sped up. We are in the 5th dimension, but everyone doesn't have access to it. Think about those silly people, and they are all white. Their vibrations are so low. They aren't even in the 3rd dimension. What am I talking about? I'm talking about those who still, Lord help me, those who believe that the earth is flat. In the entire existence of African people, you can never come across any kind of history, oral or written, where Africans believed that the earth was flat. If you are a flat earther, I don't know what's going to happen to you. You're not even in the 3rd dimension, let alone the 4th, which adds time. You believe the earth is flat. So you have width and length, I can't even explain it. I don't know. It takes somebody who's greater than I am in that field. What dimension are they in? Certainly not the 3rd not even the third, where you can see globes. You think it's flat. And they raise the argument, well, there are no pictures of a round earth. Yes, there are thousands of them. Hundreds of thousands. Because there are amateur astronomers and everything, people who own their own little private instruments, telescopes, and whatnot, let alone the professional ones. And there are no pictures. Okay, let's turn that around. Show us some pictures of a flat earth where a ship, for example, or a human being fell off the flat earth into oblivion. You want pictures? Show us that one. And of course they can't. But the question is, what the hell dimension are they living in? And they believe this. We're in trouble. And there might be some black folks. I hope not. There might be some black folks in that number believing in a flat earth. If the earth is flat, why don't the oceans just fall off, like in waterfalls? Just show us where at the edge of the earth an ocean just drops. You can't find it. So they are stuck in what century? Who knows? Lance, we keep going into another subject and another subject.
Well, it's better. This was better than the one we were on.
Stop. This is such a different experience for me, because up to now, I was just cutting my videos, recording them and putting them up, where I just talked. People didn't see my face. I just had a picture up there. This is more rewarding, but it's different. Where we just carry on conversations. And I like it. I like the opportunity of really talking to people. It has a different energy. It has a different reward and all of that. So thank you, Lance.
Thank you
so much.
And I'm thanking you for everybody who's here. We have 72 people here now and so many in the chat. So they appreciate you, and I'm happy to be a part of that. It brings me great satisfaction.
Yeah, this is like sitting in the living room.
That's the point. That's the best way. Some sit on the couch, some sit by the dining room table, some grab a kitchen cushion and sit on the floor, some stand in the doorway, some lay down.
Yes.
But wherever you are, you get the information. That's the beautiful part of it, in a relaxed way.
Yeah.
So.
But as an educator, I still like to do at least a semi-formal presentation,
right,
in order to be able to give or present a consistent message, to present some knowledge, because that's what I'm supposed to do. And then we can discuss anything we want. So if you see me presenting and using something that I have written, it's because I'm an educator.
No, I understand.
And I often have to tell people, to inform them. That's what a PhD is supposed to do. And most of us don't tell you that.
Right.
Once you have a PhD, you are expected to bring new knowledge. New knowledge. That's like saying, you know, for an educator, this is our invention. When we do some research and present it to you, that's something new. And that's why it is that's why it's incorporated, not incorporated. That's why if someone uses it, you can be sued, right?
That's right.
So it's an invention of a different type. Okay. We are expected to bring new knowledge. That's like saying that someone in the mechanical field, like a mechanical engineer with a PhD, is expected to come up with new inventions. Unless you're a genius, you don't need a PhD. You just do your thing. Yes. So if you are a professor in the humanities or whatever, the copyright stands beside whatever they have, the patent. You have copyrights and you have patents and you have trademarks to protect and ensure that whatever it is you invent, it's the same with new knowledge. Whatever you invent is protected by law. So that's what the copyright does. That's what the patent does. That's what the trademark does legally. I am now sleepy. What time is it?
Well, your doctor will be very happy to hear that.
Yeah, but it's only about 8 o'clock.
It's 12:48 over here.
Yeah. So I'm going to let you get some rest. I haven't had dinner yet, so I'm going to eat and relax for a little bit. And I hope that I hope my presentation was okay. Because I'm being honest. I sort of threw it together. I couldn't get to it until
but it came out excellent. It was excellent.
So
folks
I was
wouldn't be
kind of winging it, picking up some things from the internet in order to have some kind of an introduction before I got into the examples and whatnot.
I understand.
But yeah, something in me just pressed me to talk about it today. If I wait until next week, it wouldn't have been the same. Next week, I want to be off to something else, right?
Right.
So I thank you, everyone, for your patience with me. If I seem to kind of stumble every now and then, I'm human. And it was put together in a hurry.
No, but it was excellent. The only person stumbling in America right now is Joe Biden. So you're doing good. He falls up the steps.
And they're talking about his campaigning again. For what?
Mm.
He can hardly walk. He walks like a robot. Have you seen?
Yeah, shaking hands of invisible people.
And he falls up the stairs.
Exactly. Well, you heard they're gonna rename the Niagara Falls after Joe Biden. They're gonna call it Biden Falls. No, I'm just playing with you.
And then when he walks, he falls down.
Yeah.
You know, well, you're not old enough for this to happen with you, but over a certain age, when you go for your regular checkup and everything, one of the first things they ask is, how many times have you fallen this year? And year after year, when they ask me, I said, never. I don't fall. But this
Well,
falling thing, and he's younger than I am.
I might tell him a different answer. I might say, well, this year I met 3 beautiful young ladies and I fell for each one of them. So I fell 3 times. No, I'm just playing.
This guy is falling all the time.
Yeah. Yeah. He's falling in the polls.
Yeah.
He's falling everywhere, like the American dollar. They let people into the open border.
And you know, you mentioned how the dollar is dying. So they're going to this digital money and everything. But listen, the Africans have thrown a monkey wrench into that whole deal. Because now they want to trade in gold.
In Ghana, for sure. Yeah.
And America doesn't have it like that.
Right. You know how much gold it is here in Ghana? They used to call it the Gold Coast. Let me tell you something. I've gone out into areas that are not too far off the beaten path and seen gold in the rocks. Now, it's not like a thick a piece of straight gold. You got to mine it. You got to, you see the speckles of gold. I'm like, look at this. This whole land is so rich.
Yes, and that's like South Africa. Huge spans of African land.
Yes.
Is undergirded by gold. It's there. If you dig any kind of hole, they say over large spans, if you dig any kind of hole, you're going to find gold.
That's right.
So how is it that people are still? Well, we know the answers, and we are waiting for them to just do what they need to do in South Africa. I was so frustrated because for 75 years, as much violence that was being done to South Africans in that country, even the children were being jailed and had the bejesus beaten out of them. For 75 years, they were being led and advised. I don't know about being led, but they had Israeli advisors telling them to be nonviolent. How are you going to be nonviolent when they are shooting women and children in the back as they run? But the ANC had Israeli advisors telling them to be non-violent. And of course they did. And what broke that up was the PAC. the Pan-Africanist Congress, who took violent action. I remember well when the white folks were having a wine sip in this lovely restaurant, high-end restaurant, and they were having a wine sip, and the bombs began to go boom. It broke up that little party. And then they started attacking those white folks on the farms. That broke everything up. No more nonviolence. Here comes the PAC. Dun, dun, dun. And when I saw white folks fighting white folks in public, I knew that was going to bring the change. It hasn't happened here yet. When we see white folks fighting white folks in public, that's when everything is going to turn around. I don't know if it'll be for the better or the worse, but that will be the signal, okay? Because one faction of white South Africans looked at the way everything was turning violent and they were being killed, and they said, no, we've got to change. But the hardcore right-wingers said, no, no change. Keep doing, we need to keep doing what we are doing and do it more. So they began to fight each other in public. I remember those days. This is why I tell everyone, it is good to live a long life. You learn so much. Well, not all of us. There are some people who just sort of wasted their time on earth. They're still living, but now they're living in a fantasy world where, you know, the women think they're still, what?
They're alive. They're not living. They're alive, but they're not living.
They think they're still young and vibrant, right? Although they're on walkers, and the men think they're still players. I just sit and look. I don't have a thing to say. But it is sad to think that we live to be 60 and 70. And see, I've outlived most. And the ones that are even 20 years younger than I am are broken down. They're just broken down. If I need some help in my apartment, or come from the supermarket or something and need some help carrying or lifting, I can't look to any of the men. They are broken down.
And broken wrist.
Yeah, I can do more heavy lifting than they can. For a while. I don't know when that will end, but I'm still in pretty good shape. And they think they are still players. You know, it's not a good sign to see an elderly man doing what we call in Cleveland, doing that Kimball thing, you know, the swag. You don't realize you are part the swag, period?
It's sad.
It is sad. And if you ask them anything that deserves a dignified, intelligent, not intellectual, an intelligent answer, or try to engage with them intelligently.
They want to engage another way.
And if they even had an opportunity, how would they follow up?
Well, it's not called Niagara Falls, it's called Viagra Falls.
Yeah.
False sense of confidence. And see, these guys that are older get on YouTube and they go back and hear some old songs from when they were younger, and they get in the spirit of when they were younger, but it's a different world now, and we feel invincible, and then we pop these pills, and the young girls are going to say the right things to them because they want to get that pension check, they want to get that Social Security check. So here they are bopping with their shirt on but buttoned down to their belly button and all these chains, and you know, the zoot suit that so many years ago was in style, and they just think they got it going on while they're being robbed of their money. And then what? That's another old fool.
There is no one to have just a regular, decent conversation.
Exactly. Because of hidden motives and agendas. And then what?
And that's what, occasionally the older women, some of us, we get together and sit on the bench or go down to the community room and talk. And every now and then that comes up. Something triggers that conversation about our men, elderly men. You can't have just a regular conversation with them. It has to be sexualized. Why? Even if you had an opportunity, you wouldn't be able to follow up on it.
Exactly. Exactly.
When I came from, being in Africa again for a long time, in 2013, I didn't know what a strawberry was. Someone had to teach me about a strawberry. Someone brought up the subject that some of the elderly men are getting AIDS in their old age from these strawberries. Now, the only strawberry I know about are the kind that you get from the supermarket, right? So I had to ask, what are you talking about, strawberries? And they looked at me, oh, okay. You need to be schooled. This is what a strawberry is. And this is what a strawberry does. And maybe that's only a Cleveland term. I don't know.
I think so. I think it's a local slang term because I never heard of that before. Yes. But in the context of how we're speaking,
I couldn't make that connection, right?
Right.
So what happens is you have these elderly men who still want to pretend they are young. They want to pretend they are still young. And the plumbing is not working.
Right.
So they take Viagra. Now, after you've taken the Viagra, let me put it this way. I understand you are disabled in a certain way. You are unable.
Not even disabled, but unable.
Yeah, but after you take it because you are unable. And the pill locks in. So now you are enabled. And since, you are both enabled and you are disabled. So we've gone from being unable to enable to disable.
What a dilemma.
Because you've got this 4-hour condition and there is no female to be on the receiving end.
Exactly.
So you have to call, contact. I don't know how they get in contact with them, with these young prostitutes.
No, they have them on speed dial because they approach you. Listen, like I said, they know I'm not 20 years old out here. If I go out anywhere without Mrs. Scurv, oh my God, I'm swarmed. On the van, in the supermarkets, in the market. Even when Mrs. Scurv is around and the back is turned, I get the eyes flashing at me. It's not because they love me or want me like that or I'm so good looking. I'm an older guy, so, and I'm from another country. That means money. That's what they want. I'd be a fool to think otherwise.
Yes.
Tell them I'm broke. When they come smiling, I say, oh, I got 19 kids and I'm behind on my child support. I'm broke. Do you have any money? I don't have any money. And they're looking at me and they suck their teeth and get mad.
Oh, they give you that. That
exactly. Because they know I'm lying. Not that I'm rich, but they're trying to, they think they can get me that way because they flash their body parts. Or if I get on the van to go from the city up into the mountains, they'll come sit next to me and their little thighs come over there and rub up on me. And I don't let them do it. I'm just saying they act like the van is so tight and packed. Yeah. They work in teams too. 2 of them are standing up. The one that's facing away from me, as on cue, he drops something and has to bend over.
Oh,
so I can see all the goods. The bulbosity. The audacity of the bulbosity. 2 pigs fighting in a blanket. And they want to see the effect it has on me. Yeah. They call them slayers out here. They're slayers. They have them by the mall. They dress up and they stay there all day, trying to catch the eyes of the tourists or whoever's gullible. They get the middle-aged men to older-aged men. And they're very friendly and convincing. Oh, my God. They're so convincing. I'm like, look at this. This is funny. Like, I know you want money. I don't have none.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway, a lot of these females have sexually transmitted diseases.
It's really bad out here, too.
So these older men are getting HIV/AIDS in their old age.
That's sad.
It is very sad. Well, I'm falling into this routine again where I say good night 5 times and we start a different conversation. So I have to say good night the 6th time.
No problem. We'll be back on Friday.
Yes, but I'm hungry. I haven't eaten since breakfast. And my cats have been very good because they usually have their canned food around 5 o'clock. They start reminding me what time it is around 4:30.
Oh, wow.
But I guess they're getting used to my being being on camera and doing that. They're getting used to it. And it isn't like they are just starving because they have their dry food feeder. So they're not just going hungry, but they're spoiled. And they want their canned food, their wet food, I don't blame them. And we do too. We get tired of finger food. We want some meat, some potatoes, a salad.
Put you to sleep.
Yeah. So they're being very kind to me tonight. All right. So good night, everyone in the chat. Good night, beloved.
It's been wonderful.
God bless you until we meet again. And I'm still waiting for people to ask you for that packet of information. It's absolutely free. And I'm waiting for several of you to get the information so that you can join in. I don't want to just be talking at you. I want to be able to talk with you. And once you have these charts and everything, you studied them. And what happens is now you have a new way of discussing the issues. And the more we discuss the issues, the faster and the more powerfully you come out of the matrix, because these are the tools that I have given you. But if you don't want them, well, there's nothing more I can do.
Well, it's all on the easy link that they can just click and get them all on one shot.
Okay.
I put them on the site, LANCESCURV.com.
And they are easy to understand. I've given them the tools. In fact, when you see information about our culture and who we are, it's side by side, showing the contrast of who they are and what they are about. This is a strategy for unwashing your brain from getting out of their matrix and into the African system, spirituality, which is more like a matrix. It is loving. It is nurturing. It's where men and women are equal, where no one, male nor female, tries to hold the other group down. So the information is in the form of a tool that you can use. It's also a weapon, so that if someone comes to you to challenge you with all that white supremacy mess, right from the top of your head, you're ready for them. But if you don't want it, okay. See you guys. Bye.
Okay, have a good night. Thank you so much. Okay, take care.
Here in America, all of our religious training has been gotten by the preacher. He has told us of a heaven way up in the sky that we can't enjoy now, but rather after we die. But all of the years that we're living, for us there's nothing but hell, pain, torture, and misgiving. Yet the Bible speaks of a heaven filled with material luxury, which the white man and the preacher has right here, so we see. So my friend, take it for what it's worth. Your heaven and your hell is right here on this earth. So let's check back into history, which rewards all research and tells us plainly that before the white man gained entry to the East, he was living in the caves of Europe, a ravenous beast, eating juniper roots and eating flesh raw, till God sent Moses to civilize him and teach him the law. Then, following Marco Polo, an explorer, he gained entry into Asia and Africa. From China, he took silk and gunpowder. From India, he took jute, manganese, and rubber. He raped Africa of her diamonds and her gold. From the Mideast, he took barrels of oil untold. raping, robbing, and murdering everything in his path. The whole black world has tasted of the white man's wrath. So, my friend, it's not hard to tell. A white man's heaven is a black man's hell. America, we were living in the east. By the Nile River, we were living in luxury, enjoying freedom, justice, and equality. We wore silken robes and slippers of gold. We were the wealthiest and the wisest people, I'm told. Now we are the poorest of the poor. Nobody wants us at their door. So, my friend, it's easy to tell. White man heaven is black man hell. When the white man came to America, he told the Indian, I am your white brother. He said, red man, I'll treat you the best. Yet and still he pushed the Indian further west with his white woman and fire water. Tricks and lies, he stole America. The original owner of this nation is cooped up on a reservation. So, my friend, it's easy to tell. White man heaven, black man hell. He needed someone to work the land. His back was too weak. He needed you, black man, so he commissioned Sir John Hawkins to commit the world's most grievous sin, to take a man who's born to be free and bring him down to slavery, to sell a man as merchandise, on his body put a price. Oh, my friend, it's easy to tell. White man heaven is a black man hell.